Hail Hydra Asylum, Hail Hydra Asylum. From trailers, comics, news, and more, we'll give you what you're looking for. Hail Hydra Asylum, Hail, 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 Hail Hydra Asylum.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having an awesome week so far. Welcome to another Hydra Hangout. Today, as you saw from the thumbnail, we're going to be discussing Superman and Lois. But before I get to that and bring on everybody, a couple of housekeeping things. First of all, I want to remind everybody that this coming Saturday, obviously, there will be no show. Unless Sean decides he wants to do something, there won't be a show. That's mine and Jenna's anniversary. So we're not going to have a show that day. But for people that are new here or watching on the rewind, we usually have a show every Saturday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. Second thing I want to talk about is on the 31st, since I won't be here next weekend to talk about this, One Collection Down, Blame Phable. They're going to be doing their all new, all different Blame Phable, their show, but it's going to be a Comics Curing Cancer special. So pre-save to that. Great cause, great thing they're doing over there. You should sub up to One Collection Down anyway. Fable's awesome. Now, on the 31st, you can keep another tab open because the art show will be coming back. Nick took a break. Nick Barucci, for those who don't know, took a break this past Friday and this coming Friday. Taking a break. He will be back on the 31st, I guess. I'm thinking that's what they said. But for those just joining, for those who might not know, the art show is one of the shows on The Experience, which is where I produce, which is what I do for my living. It's what I do for a job. There's shows 5 days a week, so I'm going to drop that link in there as well. And here we go. So, I want to tell everybody before I bring everybody in, I want to just say this real quick about Superman and Lois. Go into this with an open mind, okay? If you've never watched it before, you can either like the video and watch it later, watch a couple episodes, and then come back and watch this. Or if you don't care about spoilers and this might be something that actually gets you to watch the show, just know this is going to be a different kind of Superman show. And what I mean by that is this Superman to me is Elseworlds. Okay? In fact, this version of the Tyler Hoechlin Superman on Superman and Lois is different than the one he debuted as on the Supergirl show. Because they have their own Jimmy, they have their own Lex, and that Clark knew both of those. So Tyler Hoechlin is Superman in this show, but he's still a different Superman from that show. You're going to hear us say things in this very spoiler-filled kind of thing. You're going to hear us say things that you're going to be like, that doesn't sound right, or that doesn't happen, or those people aren't that. This person is this person. Just go into this as it's an Elseworld story. So my main goal for doing this is people in the live chat, people watching on the rewind. If I can get 5 people, outside of people that I've already gotten to watch and love this show, if I can get 5 people to give this show a really good try, and I mean 2 or 3 episodes of the first season, awesome. If I can get one of those 5 people to be like, okay, now I have to watch the whole series, that's definitely the goal. I love this show. I love Superman. I'm going to miss this show, but let's go ahead. Let's get into it. It's going to be awesome. First of all, let's bring in the guy I first really got into this show. Let's bring on the weird one, Mr. Ed Weird.
Citizens of Metropolis, hail Hydra.
Cameron, all
Cape. I got.
Oh, he's wearing a cape. That's awesome. Oh,
I don't know what's going on with my camera though, because it's only showing me like half. I don't know why the black area, but I'm here.
That is tremendous.
I mean, Clark's here. You can't tell it's me with these on.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And then there's this other guy I just noticed dropped in the back. Been a while. Let's see. Cian? Cian. Sean. Hashtag who's Sean?
It's my first time. Never been before.
Hey, Sean.
What's up, dude?
Or Cian, or Sheen, or
Well, if you're Filipino or any other nation that is not American, it's CN.
clearly you can tell by my acrylic I am not Filipino.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna get into this. Like I said, it's gonna be pretty spoiler filled. I don't know if we're gonna go. We're just gonna hop around. We might be talking about the first season. We might be talking about the last season. Who knows? The very first thing that I want to talk about is the casting for this show and how everybody, to me, even though they might not be my favorite versions of the character, everyone to me was just perfectly cast. Like let's talk about Tyler Hoechlin, because Tyler for me is somebody that I didn't dislike them as an actor, but I wasn't very big on things that they've done outside of like Road to Perdition when he was 12 or something. Uh when I heard he was going to be Superman, I was like, okay, give him a shot. And that very first, because he made his debut as Superman in season 2, episode 1 of Supergirl, and there's a line in Superman and Lois that made people fall in love with Clark, but there's a line for me that was in the second episode of season 2 that Clark was in, or that Superman was in, where he says the him and his cousins stop a bank robbery or something, and a car backs into him, and the guys jump out of the car and start shooting Superman and Supergirl, and then the dude decides to punch Superman. And Superman's like, the bullets don't work. Why would you punch? I've never gotten that. And it was after that I was like, okay, I like this dude as Superman. But then you have what happens with Superman and Lois. And Ed, I'm going to let you, as somebody who has loved it since that scene, tell me what you thought about Tyler as Superman.
Uh, he's an amazing Superman. He is my second favorite Superman of all time, next to George Reeves. But he is my first Clark Kent. He absolutely hit it out of the park as Clark Kent. And it was so cool to see the family side of Superman. And when, like you said, when it started right off, for that first episode, he saves that kid and he comes up and he's wearing the Action Comics outfit. And the kid says, "Love your suit." And he smiles from ear to ear and he's like, "Thanks, my mom made it for me." I was hooked. I absolutely was in love. And yeah, he's an amazing Superman, and I'm going to really miss him. I wish this could have kept going a little longer.
Yeah. Sean, how about you, man? What were your thoughts?
Tyler, for me, is probably the first person that's caught Clark since Christopher Reeve, in terms of he had the comedic timing when he really needed it. The thing I always use is he tried to give Jonathan some advice, and they're walking down, and he's behind him, and his girlfriend says the same thing, and he stops behind him and goes like that. It's like his timing and his dorkiness was absolutely perfect. So then that's what won me over, because like we've always said, we love Henry Cavill, but Henry Cavill was way too cool for school, man. What's up, Dan? And that was always my problem with him, is he didn't have that dorky quality. It was basically like you were still Superman with glasses on. And it just
I get that. And for a lot of people, the way that Christopher Reeves played him. Chris Reeves. Why do I keep saying Reeves? Because I'm thinking of George. Because
you're thinking of the real Superman.
My point, yeah. Because what I was trying to say was, remember Chris Reeve playing that dorky, clumsy, klutzy Superman. But George Reeves played Clark a little more. He wasn't a klutz. He wasn't. I don't think he was too cool either. I don't think
No,
he played him like that.
George played Clark as you would if Clark existed in the 1940s and 50s and into the 60s. Men back then were very pragmatic and and whatnot. And that's exactly what George was. Nobody could have played George or Superman and Clark during that era other than George.
Agreed.
That's why for that time period, he's the perfect casting.
The thing I love about his Clark is that his Clark is intelligent and is like a real reporter, and he's going out to get the news and find the news. So he had an excuse for not being there. And that was the one thing that I disliked about Chris's is how they made Clark like a bumbling goofus. I mean, it was okay for a bit, but it was just they overdid it too much. So I never thought I would love anyone more than George Reeves, but I was wrong because this guy, he was the best Clark Kent.
Yep.
In my-
Tyler, yeah. Tyler for me has taken that top spot. He has and I'm gonna say of the 2000s. I'm gonna put that caveat in there. Tyler has become my favorite Superman Clark of the 2000s. Because again, Christopher Reeve and George Reeves, they get their own category. Poor Kirk Allen, he always gets left out of the conversation.
So does Dean Cain.
And Dean, but see, the thing is, I don't dislike. There's not a Superman I dislike. I just, it's Superman. I am such a mark. Like, there's no version of Superman I don't like. And like I said, when we talk about Tyler, I loved him ever since that first scene where he's in the first episode of season 2 of Supergirl. He's on the phone with Perry White, and he says something like, "I'll get that to you, lickety split." Yes, sir. I realize nobody says lickety split anymore. I mean, you still say Great Caesar's Ghost, and that's yes, sir. We're not talking about you. Yes, sir. Okay, out. And just that whole conversation he had on the phone, I was like, okay, I'm really digging this guy. Did not like the suit at all. But again, just like I said about the new Superman movie, the suit doesn't ruin it for me. Doesn't ruin the character for me. I really didn't like the suit that he had in Supergirl. But when we got to Superman and Lois, the suit, in my opinion, was a little better. But again, in that universe, the twins were still babies. Makad Brooks was Jimmy Olsen, and John Cryer was that universe's Lex. So when you pop over to this one, you got to remember, yes, it's still Tyler playing Superman, but it's a different version from the Supergirl one.
Yeah.
And in the very first episode, you have that tremendous line, and it's not only the line, it's the callback to that Action Comics #1 cover, because it's a green car that flips off while he's doing his little voiceover. It's a green car that flips off the highway, almost crushes the little boy, and it's Clark standing behind it, putting the car down. Like, it was just, I was like, man. And the show itself, through that entire season, there's a part of me that was like, you know what? This is where the budget went. They took the budget from all the other CW shows and put it into this show, because they're the CGI, just the set design, just everything about it felt movie quality. And then so we get the story about how he meets Lois, and they fall in love. And it gets explained, there's flashbacks and stuff in the season. But basically, they get married. They had the twins. One of them is kind of like the golden child. The other one, Jordan, is kind of like the one that has anxiety and has like temper tantrums. Well, I don't want to say temper tantrums, but just these rage outbursts. And we get they're in Metropolis, but they're not there for very long, because lo and behold, a character that I first learned about from Smallville that Rutger Hauer played for a little while. Morgan Edge has bought the Daily Planet, and Clark ends up getting fired. And we get, I want to say this episode is also when we see that there's a stranger that basically knows everything about Clark, calls him Kal-El, thinks he's a menace, and by the end of that episode, we find out that that person is Captain Luther. But we learn more about that person later on. Um, but the episode had me, first episode had me kind of tearing up because near the end, his mom has been trying to call him and talk to him, and he talked to her a little bit and tells her to get some rest. She said she hadn't been feeling well, and then he gets a call after he's just been fired. Gets a call while he's talking to Lois, and it's a doctor. And right when he says doctor, whatever, he speeds out of there, flies home, but he's too late, and his mom has died. So in the first episode, Martha Kent dies. So heavy, heavy right out the gate for me, because I'm like, Martha, not every iteration of Superman does Paul die. Like the cartoons, he's still alive. Uh, Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, the one with Dean Cain and Terry Hatcher. Uh, Paul Kent's alive in there. Uh, but the fact that Ma, we know that Paul's already been dead for a while, but the fact that they kill off Ma Kent in the very first episode, like, it's just crazy. What I know Sean did, and I'll ask Sean after this because Sean actually did a review of the season premiere or the series premiere. But Ed, what did you like outside of the cool stuff that happened at the beginning? What about that episode outside of that? Did they nail it for you? Was that I have to watch the next episode for you?
Oh yeah, I was hooked. I thought I was just gonna give it a try, and the next thing I knew, it was like 6 hours later, and I was on like episode 7. The humanity in it, the family in it, Clark being Clark, and the way they played it, and they played on all the little tropes that Superman people love. Like when they were first going back and talking about him debuting in Metropolis, it showed him going to a phone booth to change, even though it was a glass phone booth. Made no sense, but it was still cool. And then when Sam, Lois's dad, got to Smallville, and he made the comment, "Is there even a phone booth in this podunk town so you can suit up?" That I'm like, these guys are great. And then they named their kids John and Jordan, which I realized Jonathan Kent and Jor-El. He named them after his two dads.
Yep.
And then John, being into football, he was wearing a Michigan football shirt. And he had a Detroit Lions poster on his wall. So I'm not sure where the Michigan connection was there, but I'm like, oh, I'm in. Let's go. Let's see where this goes. But yeah, I loved it right from the first episode.
Oh, stuck at a party. Nope, that sounds horrible.
Stuck at a party. Yeah. Oh no. Keep him away from the bathrooms.
At least it's not in the cabin.
But also to highlight though, Dan is right. I do think that Reeve and Ruth did a better Clark than Cavill.
Dude, let me tell you about Ralph, man. Let me tell you about my boy Ralph. Okay, I was a huge fan of Superman Returns.
Me too.
Yes, I get it. There was issues with it. I get it. Okay, but when he got to come back in that Crisis crossover that the CW did, and he came back as Kingdom Come Superman, I was like, redemption. To see all those different versions of Superman and Clark, I love that. And I say all those. There's like 2.
We
But
also, have, we also have to acknowledge, though, that they did give Ralph one of the best Superman scenes ever.
oh
You're
yeah,
walking towards a guy shooting a Gatling gun at you, and we're going to do a close up showing him shooting your eye,
Oh,
and the bullet just bouncing.
Mhm.
That is one of the most epic live action Superman scenes ever.
it made me cringe, and at the same time, I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool!" Because the thought of something touching my eye, I
Oh.
can't even wear.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm when they asked me to try, I had the contact on my finger, and I was doing this, and my other hand would come up and go, "Oh, no, you're not touching your eye." So
Everybody I know except me,
Yeah.
when it comes to the contact thing, everybody's eyes do that little like twitchy thing. But I can just sit there and Jay's watch me. I can just go,
Nope.
and I'm good.
So anyway,
For me on that first episode, the one thing that I thought was great, other than the fact that you had that Action Comics #1 throwback, was when they show the house and they're going through it. They've got the calendar of events through the week, and they have the doctor appointments up there, and it's the creators of Superman's name are the doctors. And I was like, okay, they're going to do a good job of at least trying to pay homage to, everybody who's been involved with Superman to this point.
so we had the Schuster mines. So one of the doctors were Siegel and Schuster.
I think it was. Or was it Kane and something?
Which
But
doctor are we talking about now?
So when you go through the pilot episode, rewatch it again, they're coming through the house, there's a calendar where they have like doctor's appointments up there, and it'll say appointment with doctor, and I think it's the creators' names are the doctors, if I remember right.
Ah, okay. Because when I did my rewatch, I was looking for I seen the Shooter Mines, but I didn't see the other one.
See,
And I kept looking for it, and I missed it.
I thought it was there. I'll have to rewatch because it has been about 4 years since I watched the pilot. So,
you're probably right. I mean, I wouldn't notice a name on a calendar.
Because I thought Jay was the one that pointed it out to me. Because I watched the pilot at least a year and a half before he did. Because we were still in the apartment when the show debuted, and I did the review there. That's a callback. And then Jay finally started watching it at our old house. And he's like, dude, blah, blah, blah. And then like towards the end, because I'm at work, and towards the end of my shift, he's like, I'm already in season 2.
Yeah. So what happened was, it's not that I wasn't interested in watching the show, obviously.
You were waiting.
I was waiting for one, because I was like, man, I don't want to get super invested in a Superman show and then have it canceled on me. I wanted to wait a little bit, but then also I just got so busy because that came out around the time I started doing stuff for the experience, but I was still working at my other job overnight. So,
well, that you also didn't want to watch it without Jenna.
Well, that too. But she gave me the go. She gave me the go ahead.
Yeah.
When she did that, we were living in the house. I was like, you know what? There's like 2 seasons up. Let me go ahead. Let me get a couple episodes in. I had all my work done that I was going to do. Let me get a couple episodes in. And that couple episodes turned into 8:00 the next morning. I was still watching.
Yeah.
So, well, that first episode is something that I was like, it set the tone for me. And, that we got the kids and the boys at first, I'm going to be honest. The boys at first annoyed me because they just felt like, woe is me. It's not a phase mom kind of kids, not emo, but I mean, well, Jordan was very emo to me. And Jonathan just felt like he was going to be a jerk. And that actor ended up growing on me. They both did. So they were fine. And then we had Bitsy Tulloch, who I knew from Grimm. That's what I knew her from before she was cast as Lois. Now, I said earlier that even though I think people were perfectly cast, they weren't exactly my favorite versions of the character. And Bitsy is definitely not my favorite Lois.
It's because
She's not
It's
She
because of
got
that
worse.
one line. That one line is why she's not.
No, not at all. Because Erica Durance is my favorite.
Oh,
That line that they did in the Supergirl crossover,
nah.
I,
You got over
that
it.
was
You got
yeah,
over it.
yeah. I got over that. It's just for me, I was always like, she's good. She's a good Lois. She's just not my favorite. Erica Durance will always be my favorite Lois.
See, and I don't have the benefit of I haven't watched all of Smallville yet to really see Erica. So
Yeah.
for me, Bitsy is the best Lois that I've seen. Speaking of though, what do y'all want to do or think of the comparison between the two guys that played Jonathan? Because we got season 3 that
Yeah.
we got
Yeah.
the new guy. So you got 2 seasons of each.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally, and it's not because he's the fresher of the two, I think the kid that replaced the original Jonathan was better.
Which is funny because he originally was the person that tried out for Jonathan.
Huh. That's interesting.
Like when the other guy decided he needed to take a break from acting, they went back and grabbed Michael Bishop. And from what I remember reading, Michael Bishop had actually auditioned to be Jonathan Kent.
Okay. Just for whatever reason, he seemed to work better for me, and I don't know why.
He looked more like an athlete football guy, and that's what they were trying to sell him off as. And
Yeah.
I liked the Jonathan from the first 2 seasons, but he just didn't fit that part. And then when he started drugging up and everything and to get his powers, but when they first changed, I even told Jay, I'm like, man, they changed actors. I hate when they do that. And he's like, give the guy a chance. He's actually pretty good. And I ended up liking him better.
Where I thought the and I apologize, I can't remember his name. Where I thought the original Jonathan did well is when they had the Other Earth family come over, and he was they were the evil versions of that entire family. I thought he was good at playing a jerk version of Jonathan Kent Superboy.
Yep. He was.
He fit that. And I don't know if Michael Bishop would have done that as well, personally, at least. So I think that he shined in that role. But being Jonathan, as we all would probably think of Jonathan Kent, I thought Michael was actually better at that.
Jordan Elsas was the actor's name that played
Isn't
the
that-
original Jonathan.
Isn't that funny that Jordan played John? I saw that in the credits once. I was like, oh my God, they had to be so confusing on set when they were talking to each other. I mean, are you talking to me or?
Yeah, like I said, there's things that this show did that much like Smallville, and I if I'm going to call it out here, I'm going to call it out on Smallville, but Smallville also did it in a way that kind of put it into the mythos. There's stuff that Smallville did that wasn't in the comics. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. That now, Smallville brought in so many different types of kryptonite, and they messed with I don't want to say they didn't mess with the lore, but they added to the lore of Superman, and this show did the same thing. So you have the X-Kryptonite until this show, never heard of it. And I know most of the kryptonites thanks to reading and from Smallville. But when I saw X-Kryptonite, I say, cool. So we have something new. Again, this to me is an Elseworld story. So that's why when we get into later seasons, or hell, even later in this season in particular, you find out things are kind of mashed together. They do that with certain characters. They bring new characters, because I'd be very remiss if I didn't talk about Morgan Edge a little more and what they did with them. And again, we're going to be talking spoilers with this, folks. So that's probably why there's not a whole lot of people here. They're going to watch it on the rewind, and that's fine. But what they Tal Rowe, is that what they call them?
Yeah.
We find out that Morgan Edge is a Kryptonian, and not only is he a Kryptonian, he's the older half brother of Clark. Apparently on Krypton, they get messy up there too, and people get divorced. They never really portrayed that on any of the other shows, that Kryptonians got divorced and had other partners and stuff like that.
Yeah, even on Krypton, they didn't. On the Krypton show, they didn't do that.
Yeah, so finding out that Morgan Edge is a Kryptonian was, I talk about subverting expectations, and this show is an example of doing it in a very good way. Because I would have never thought that. I would have never thought of them taking a real character from the comics and being like, "Hey, we're going to turn you into a Kryptonian, and not only a Kryptonian, but Clark's older half brother."
It
Yes,
almost,
wish they could have brought him back.
yeah, it almost feels like they took Morgan Edge and were like, we don't want to do General Zod, so let's give you a hybrid mashup character of two people
Yep.
and give him a new backstory. It almost feels like that's what they did with him. It's like, here, we're going to give you Morgan Edge. We don't want to touch on Zod because he's just too easy, like just too easy to do. So it's like, here. And then they created this hybrid character with a new backstory.
Yeah.
You know, and it worked. And it worked. I mean, especially when he actually kind of became the fun uncle with money
Yeah.
and everything. Like, I always laugh when he gives them both the trucks, but everyone's like, Jonathan or Jordan can't drive, so
Yeah.
Jordan had to give up the truck. But the most hilarious thing though is Jonathan kept the dang thing for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm like, oh, he's going to give him the truck. We're never going to see it again. No, he kept it for the last 2 seasons. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Of course, I'm the one that would focus on trucks, being the car guy here, but you know.
Yeah.
I think for me though, what sold me on the show in that first episode was that unfortunate Martha scene.
Yeah.
When I saw that they were going to bring that type of humanity to him, that set the tone. I was like, okay, we're going to get something very different for the next 3 seasons, or however many for the next season. We're going to get something different than we've seen with Superman. I was like, okay, good. We're not going to do the same old tropes here.
Yeah. All new tropes.
Yeah, all new tropes.
All new tropes. And see, that's the thing about the show that I think a lot of people got turned off was the fact that it was a CW show, and seeing how CW has had this kind of curse, aside from 2 shows, in my opinion, had this curse where their superhero shows are good for a season, 2, 3, and then they're not as well received as when they first came out.
Well, that was pretty much almost everything in Arrowverse, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think some people got turned off by that. And again, I've told people, I was like, look, if you give it a real shot, 2, 3 episodes, it might not be your thing, or you might find out, holy hell, this is actually, out of the Arrowverse stuff, man, this to me is the best.
Mhm.
And I loved the Arrowverse stuff. I loved all of it.
Yeah,
But to me, this is the best thing they've ever done.
Mhm. Yeah, because and I haven't watched Black Lightning. I know Jenna has, so I don't know how that one went from first episode to its last one. Arrow was great for the first 3 seasons for sure. Then you had the middle few seasons where it was a little eh. Flash to me just got worse the longer it went. At least for me, you had the first 3 seasons, and then it just seemed to go straight downhill.
Yeah.
After that, so it's hard. We never got enough Constantine, so can't compare that. But anyway, back to Superman. As far as Captain Luthor goes, I thought that was interesting because at first I was completely tricked. I really thought, I was like, oh, okay, so they're doing a Black Lex Luthor. Because I'm like, he's bald, guy's got tech, he's got the suit. I'm not thinking of who he actually is, which will spoil that here in a minute. But that, like, they really had me, I was like, oh, okay, so he's going to be Lex from another Earth. And now, so I was like, okay. But I'm trying to think of where I'm going with this. But he ended up actually being a very, very cool character. as the seasons flushed out and you got his daughter and whatnot, I thought he actually ended up being one of the most intriguing characters because of what he was trying to balance between what he went through and what he's dealing with on this earth. So, not to mention though, his hammer is really, really badass.
100% nope. 100%. I think that really helped it out. Like the most we really got was Diggle. Diggle shows up.
Yep.
I think that's the most we ever really tied into what they were doing with the rest of the universe was Diggle.
It felt like when they were doing that with Diggle too, it's like they were trying to fish around whether they really wanted to do this Green Lantern thing with him.
Yeah.
And then they finally on the Flash did the thing where he destroys the ring, but it felt like they were fishing that around just to see what to do with him. Because Diggle is one of the best original characters to come out of the Arrowverse.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. So what I wanted to ask next was, let's go back to the twins for a second. So it was after their grandmother's funeral. You know, we meet Sarah Cushing, who is the daughter of Lana Lang, who's married to Kyle. And I remember Kyle vaguely from some other Superman lore. I know there was a Kyle or somebody like Kyle. I just remember not liking Kyle the first episode. I remember that specifically. Eric Valdez is a tremendous human being, y'all. I got to, as the channel, tell him how awesome I thought he did in the show, and he thanked me when he was on another live. It was so great. Eric Valdez, very, very awesome, very cool character. But we meet them, and that's when we have the accident that happens in the barn. And was it just me, or was anybody else thinking they already knew which one actually got powers? Because for me, I kind of knew right away who actually had gotten powers first.
yeah, it was pretty obvious because when they finally uncover him, you see who's covering who and who's not, and nobody's hurt. So it's pretty obvious at that point what had happened and whatnot. It being the way that show went, it made sense that was the direction they were going to go because the obvious choice would have been Jonathan. Because that's the Superboy everybody kind of knows outside of Connor. So it being Jordan made a whole lot of sense, especially given the emotional issues that he has. So it made sense. And yeah, I agree. It was pretty obvious as to who it was when it happened. Speaking of the Cushings, though, am I the only one that found Sarah maybe to be the most annoying character on the entire show throughout the run?
I would say second most annoying. She did annoy me. She really did.
Who for you was first?
Lois. I could not stand Lois. Her portrayal of Lois. She was angry all the time. She overacted every scene and every syllable. And after a while, I had to kind of ignore her and just go with it. Everybody else was cast good, but Lois and her, yeah, they irritated me. And the whole shock and awe of when Lana slapped her face for what she said, and oh my God, and it's like, really? Man, I'd have got more than that when I was a kid if I'd have said something like that to my mother.
I'm about to be the real villain of the show. The child actress for Sophie. Sophie. Does anybody remember who Sophie was?
No, who's Sophie?
The youngest daughter.
Yeah, it's the youngest daughter that disappeared the entire last season.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about her.
But the last time you see her, she's taller than Sarah. And then the last season, she doesn't show up I don't even remember if she was at the wedding. Like
Really, the only thing she did was disappear, right? They had her
Yeah.
disappear. And other than that, she was never really integral to anything.
Yeah. So we find out that Jordan is the one who gets the powers, and I just got to say that Alexander Garfin, who played Jordan, I think he did a fantastic job showing that anxiety and that loner, like being trapped in your own head. I think he did a fantastic job doing that.
For me, he's the most relatable character on a
Yeah.
personal level. He's the one that I feel like I can relate to the most.
Here's what I say about him that got annoying for me as the series went on. The not wanting to be a hero thing got kind of played out. It's like you got it, all right. You don't want to be a hero anymore. Cool, but then every other episode, it's like they had to focus in on the fact that he didn't want to play hero anymore, and we'll get into why he gets like that. But at this point in the show, the boys don't know who their dad actually is. Now he's got powers. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. And that's when Clark decides to tell him, no more lies. Actually, let me back up a little bit. Let me back up. They decided to go into the barn. They're like to find out, what happened, right? That's when they find the cellar. That's when they find the ship. And when Jordan touches it, it activates and releases a sunstone. And the sunstone is basically like a Kryptonian hard drive or USB, if you will. So parents get home and Clark's like, all right, it's time to fess up. He goes, that is my ship. It brought me here when my planet, exploded. And then they're like, what? Like you're Superman? And he kind of looks at him. He's like, and this is where the angsty teen kind of bothered me at first. It's when Jordan gets up in his face. It's like, man, I thought about it. I was like, man, if I ever got in my dad's face like that when I was a kid, holy hell, no, that wouldn't have happened.
Let alone him being Superman.
Exactly. Sean remembers my dad.
Yep.
There ain't no way. Ain't no way I'd be getting. But he gets in his face. He's like, "No, we've seen Superman. You can't be Superman." Takes off the glasses. We have that whole scene where he lifts the truck up, flies up in the air, and then they're mad at him because he's lied the whole time. Like, I understand, lying to your loved ones. I understand, but in the bigger spectrum of things, Homeboy is Superman. Like, you got to give him some leeway for missing a recital or a practice. There's things happening in the world, right? So they end up forgiving him and everything. And I can't remember if it's this episode or the next one. Oh, Legion of Comics, welcome in.
What's
Thanks
up,
for
man?
checking us out. I can't remember if this one ends with them going to the fortress for the first time, or if it's the next episode he takes him to the fortress to meet Jor-El. Who Jor-El? When I saw who was playing him, I was like, really? And it's it's either McFadden or McFadden. I always feel like I say the dude's name wrong. Might remember him as slow ass MF and Jeff from Saw 3 is what a lot of people like to call him. Yeah, nope. Me too, once. And all it took was my dad looking at me crazy, and I was like, all right, you're right, I'm wrong.
Well, I squared up to my dad a few times.
And your
Sparring.
dad's a freaking karate master.
Oh, where do you think I did it? It was sparring with him at the karate school.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing. The only difference was when I squared up to him versus my brother. If I popped my brother too hard, he'd pop me back. Dad tell me to calm down. My brother would just be like, real quick to remind me.
So
you're doing a better job of remembering a lot of the first season than I am, because it's hard for me to remember The whole.
I got that. Just a little side story. I got that because I watch a channel called Dead Meat, and they have this thing called the kill count, and that's what the host calls him for the entirety of that movie because he really is the slowest character in the Saw series to me and to that guy. So I was like, yeah, that's a good name for him. But shout out to James A. Janice and them over there at Dead Meat and the Kill Count. If you're a horror movie buff, you should be watching that show. It's amazing. Um, the reason that I'm remembering some of this is I'm going through my rewatch. Now, granted, I'm only at episode 7, where that's when the super hearing kicks in for Jordan.
Yeah.
But we have Morgan Edge ends up winning over the town. And the whole point is he wants to get into the Schuster mines. Well, you find out the reason that they want to get in the Schuster mines is because it's the biggest, like, known deposit of X kryptonite. So that's how, like, there's this whole plan where they're gonna resurrect Kryptonians. Like, again, I'm only 7 episodes into my rewatch, so I try to remember. Yes, there you go. Robert the Bruce from Braveheart. That's the first thing I know him from. I just couldn't remember what he was called in it.
Is he the one that does that line of, "Oh, what do you think you're William Wallace and you've been over to shoot lightning bolts out of your house," or something like that? Is that him?
I think that's the same. But I know he's in Braveheart. That's where I remember first seeing him. That and 300. I think it was 300. He has the son that gets killed. Yes, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Legion of Comics. The fact that they made him Clark's older half brother was exactly. That's a good way. Everything felt familiar but very new. For me, it was a perfect way to subvert expectations and not like make it so totally different you can't recognize what it's supposed to be. And next up on my list for that one is let's talk about Captain Luther for a minute and who he actually ends up being. John Henry Irons. Now, I was totally down with them doing an African American Lex Luthor. Like, I could have totally seen it. It would have had no issue at all.
Yeah.
Now, granted, getting Michael Cudlitz at the end,
Yeah.
we'll definitely get to Mr. Cudlitz. But the fact that what they did was he's from an alternate Earth where he is married to Lois and has a child, and that Earth's Superman was evil and kills Lois live on television. Yeah, trust me, Legion of Comics, we're definitely going to get to that one too, because Bizarro is one of my favorites. The little storyline they do there, I love that wholeheartedly. There's a lot of people that didn't really dig it because, I still think that Doomsday was better than the one we got in the movie. 100%.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, 100% agree with that one. 100%.
So, did you have any idea that Captain Luther was actually going to be a totally different character? Did you think maybe
they had me hooked that he was going to be Lex, and I didn't think two things about it. I just bald head, Captain Luthor, had the equipment. I figured, okay, well, cool, we got Lex already. But then when we found out he wasn't, I couldn't help but wonder, what was that all about? But then they tell you later on why he was doing it when we got the real Lex. But oh yeah, they had me. I thought he was Lex for sure. And I felt so bad because I shouldn't say this, but he reminded me so much of Seal because of the scar on his face. That whenever they would zoom in on him, I would start hearing "Kiss from a Rose." And it was like that took a minute for me to get over. It's like he looks so much like Seal, and it was just the scars. But Didn't he?
Yeah.
It turns and you're like, baby.
Yeah. But and I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Wole. I think his name is Wole Parks. Man, you want to talk about the best casting for John Henry Irons? Like outside of Mike Coulter, I don't know who else could have played John Henry as well as he did.
Yeah.
I loved his take. I love we're kind of getting to the point where, at least for me, I'm kind of getting over multiverse stuff. I know it's going to continue happening at least for the next couple of years, but the way that it was kind of sparingly used in this show, like it's just enough to, we're going to do flashbacks. We're going to talk about these were alternate Earth people for a second, and then now they're part of this universe. Yeah, I'm Shaq. I know. God, I love Shaquille O'Neal's passion for Superman. All right, I love it. But man, you want to talk about a movie that should not have been made? Steel. Oh man,
Yeah.
I love Shaquille. I love your passion.
But he will always be Kazam.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Shazam. But yeah, so we learned that he's there because he is gung ho 100%. Nah, Superman's gonna go along with the rest of the Kryptonians. He's gonna become evil. All this is going to. Yeah, you're right, Legion. Yeah. Exactly. Like I like that they did that. Like the closest we got to traveling was going really. We spent a little bit of time outside of the regular Earth was when we went to Bizarro Earth for a little bit, and I love Bizarro Earth was cool. I liked it.
That was fun. I love that episode. Did you catch all the little things that was said in the background on that? President Seinfeld.
Oh God!
Because Seinfeld, well, in every episode of Seinfeld, he always had Superman. There was either a Superman sticker, he would say Superman's name, or there's a Superman in every single episode of Seinfeld. So for them to go to Bizarro World and have them say President Seinfeld on the TV, that clicked with me right away.
Yeah.
And then the square pool balls were just fantastic. Like, how do you play square pool? But I love that whole Bizarro World. But I've always been a Bizarro nut, and I was so happy they did him. And I'm glad they explained how he got so weird looking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because that when they first introduced him, I'm like, why is he white? Why does he look like Regan from The Exorcist? But then, with the whole kryptonite thing, they explained how he slowly warped into madness, basically, and then tried to save them all. And I love that he got his moment at the end, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
What I thought was interesting about him, though, and Jay caught it as I'm watching it, when he's talking, and I'm listening to him, and Jay goes, "You get what the language he's using, right?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "They're taking everything he's saying, and he's talking backwards."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Oh yeah, because mirror Earth, flip, blah blah blah." I'm like, that made total sense. So I was like, I thought that was pretty ingenious way of just his language is English, but it's backwards, so it's Russian. So
Not quite sure that's how it works, but okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so I thought that it just, there were subtle things that they did that were so simple that were great. What I liked though about the Bizarro was the way they did his eyes. It was a unique thing with him, and whatnot, the look of it. So I thought it was great, and to see that take of it be almost so accurate, because he reminded me very much of the cartoons, where you got to see him, except for the whole, he's very basic in his language, almost like Bizarro and Hulk could have a conversation. But it was different, and I thought it was cool.
We kind of skipped straight to Bizarro.
Yes.
But so we have this set this up here. Hold on. We have this whole backstory of Morgan Edge being Kryptonian. He's with the other Kryptonian who I can't remember her character name right. Leslie Lar, I think is her name, like his assistant, um, who apparently is played by Degrassi alumni. Because most of these shows got filmed in Vancouver, so I guess they use a lot of Canadian actors and stuff. But they're bringing Kryptonians back. It's kind of a volatile process. They're using the kryptonite to do it. Then we find out not only is it Morgan Edge and Tauro, I think it's Tauro.
How?
Okay, but then he gets turned into the Eradicator. So he's three characters in one for this show. I was like, I don't. As a comic fan, that should drive me crazy. It should, but for some reason, I like how it worked. It worked for me. I really enjoyed what they did with that character, and having to. That's the episode I believe that Diggle shows up in near the end of that. I want to say, and it's his Clark's mother, his Kryptonian mother, inhabits Lana's body.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not getting my seasons mixed up, because like I said, it's been a while since we literally just finished season 4. Back in December, I think December before Christmas, after Christmas, something like that.
Very first week of December.
Very first week of December. Okay. So my rewatch, like I said, I've made it through 7 episodes of season 1 so far. So there's a lot of things that are probably going to be out of order. We're probably going to jump back and forth. But I knew after that, I was like, yeah. I knew after the first episode I was going to be hooked on it on the show. But this was like, okay, I can't stop at this episode. I got to keep watching. I got to keep watching. I know I got to. This is back when like I said, I worked at my other job where I worked overnight. So I was off the night before, so I was able to watch it. But I watched it into the morning. I was like, okay, I have 4 more episodes before I have to actually go to sleep so I can wake up for work tonight. So I made it like not halfway, but 4-5 episodes into season 2 before I had to call it quits. I don't really remember the season finale of that one all that much, other than I think obviously he defeats the Eradicator and Tal is put in prison. And I think that season is the same season General Lane gets replaced by Lieutenant Anderson, played by Ian Bowen.
Yeah.
Now, is that also the same season where the fortress gets destroyed, or is that season 2 with Bizarro that happens?
Don't remember. My memory is not that detailed.
The fortress gets destroyed. What do you mean?
Well, maybe it's not the fortress that gets destroyed, but
The crystal?
the crystal. Yeah.
I think that was just after Jordan started his training. And didn't Tao break it?
Maybe that's okay.
I think Tao broke it, if I remember correctly. I've watched it twice, but they were both on a binge. So details are a little flirty. But I can wrap up how cool this show was. And I already told this to you in a chat. If you'd have told me 10 years ago that my wife, who couldn't give 4 farts in the wind about a comic book, would cry about Superman, I'd have thought you were out of your mind. But she actually got addicted to it, and her and I binged it together the last time. And she loved it and got misty-eyed. And I was like, wow, I'm in Bizarro world. What the hell's going on right now? The next thing you know, she's going to be reading comics.
Man.
But, I love how they got Superman and his brother together in jail. And that's how they kind of like bonded. And that was
Yes.
cool. I like that. That was good.
And I can't think of very many other stories of Superman where Superman had a brother. I can't like there might be some out there, and if there are, anybody in the chat, let us know because I'd love to read them. But this is the first time I've ever seen them giving him a brother. Oh yeah, I cried a lot. I'm a big crybaby to begin with, Legion, but I cried a lot in the show, especially during season 3. Season 3 was one of the was a tough one to get through, but it was so good. It was
Yeah.
so good.
Season 3 was really hard for me to. The first time I watched it, I had to fast forward through a lot of the Lois stuff because I've lost so many family members to cancer in the last few years. I couldn't take going where they were going. I mean, I appreciate where they went and they brought a real life humanity situation to the super family. But yeah, that was rough. When it was the whole hospital stuff, I would be like skipping ahead 10 seconds because I didn't want to relive all that again.
Yeah,
So yeah, that was a rough one.
Jay got, what did you get, halfway through the season
Hmm.
on 3 before I ever watched it. And he flat told me, he goes, he flat told me, knowing, because I lost my mother to cancer, and Jay knows that I was one that took her to the hospital visits and the chemo treatments. He flat told me, he goes, you're going to have a hard time watching this season.
Mm-hmm.
He, like, literally, he told me that. And it was hard. It was very hard to, in some ways, relive what I went through in 2006. But at the same time, again, like Jordan, that was one of the most relatable things on a show ever for me. Outside of like Jordan being the way he was, I can relate to that. Having to go through a family member with cancer and sitting there and watching them go through it, yeah, it made it very real. So that to me, as much as the final season was great, season 3 to me was the best season of the show.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't try to they did it in such a serious.
Touche, Legion. Touche, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I said something about that before I get to my point. I said something about that earlier. Are you doing that show with Phable? Is that the show that Fable's doing? Because I know that Phable from One Collection Down is doing a show on the 31st that is a cancer curing comics show. So I made sure I put that link in the chat because we're not going to be here next Saturday to do it. But yeah, I love the fact that how they handled it. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I
Yeah.
love that they handled it in a serious way, and it wasn't played for trying to come up with what I'm trying to say here. It wasn't played for like sympathy for show's sake, I guess. Like the story felt as genuine of a story you're going to get through acting, if that makes any sense to anybody.
The
Like
way
it,
the way I would describe it is season 3 facing cancer is the perfect way to humanize Superman without discrediting who he is in terms of like his stature and his power. It's a way that you can humanize him because he legitimately cannot do anything to cure her. And I think that's a great way of showing that even Superman has to face tragedy. In the like we do as people. There are things that even he can't do. So that was probably one of the best ways that you could have ever humanized that character.
The only issue I had with that is, if unless I'm remembering incorrectly, is there was one part of an episode where they mentioned that there might be some Kryptonian technology that could help Lois, but they didn't want to use it on her because it wasn't fair to use it on her if it's not going to be available to everybody else. I mean, I can get that to a point, but at the same time, I mean, if you could heal your wife, I don't know. that was weird because that brought it home for me too. Because if I'd have had a cure that could have cured my family members, I'd have used it. I wouldn't have,
We're
But I
part of
get why they did it, and it did humanize him, and it brought a new threat level to Superman because that's a villain he can't beat. He can't beat cancer himself.
Exactly.
So
And
that was something he had to ride along and
the weird,
get
the
with.
weird thing for me is I don't remember that they did have something. I thought they didn't.
No,
But
they mentioned when they went to see his mother
Yep.
that they had something that they could try to use, and the boys were crying and screaming for him to use it, and they were like, "No, we're not gonna."
Huh.
I don't know what the thumbs up was for. I missed something.
So Legion of Comics is the one who puts together the or one of the people that put together the comics curing cancer events.
Oh, okay.
And since I mentioned that at the top of the show that Phable was doing it again, that's what he was talking about. That Fable's doing like a makeup show for that. So
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch season 3 now and find that scene.
well, I'm just gonna rewatch the whole series because, like I said before, I knew it yesterday. So yesterday we had Nick is taking a break from the art show, and Nancy wasn't on last night, so I had some free time. So I was like, all right, well let me do at least a little bit, a little bit for the show today. And before I knew it, I was like the beginning of season 7 or episode 7. I was like, okay. It's like when I get some time, I'm gonna keep watching. I'm gonna keep watching. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that it's just it's reminding me of. Oh yeah, there's this part. There's this part. Just the fact that some of the things Tyler does, like when Tyler becomes the assistant coach, and he's carrying around the water bucket, and he's like, "Coach gave me a jacket, and I bought this hat." Like he's so proud. He's so proud. He's so happy. And then he starts noticing that Jordan's talking to Sarah, and he starts like kicking at him, like like a dad would about you having a crush on somebody, just messing around. And he's like, he goes, "All right, let me help you with this. Pretend that it's heavy." And he's like, "Oh, is that too much?" Like just little things like that. His mannerisms and his facial expressions that he does, like when Sam first finds out that they told the boys, and not only that, but Jordan has powers. He says, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he says, "Well, he said, your dad knows." He said, "Blah blah blah," and he just makes his face like, like that. I'm like, dude, there's just certain like little bitty things like that just make his Clark so freaking great to me. Like, I love it. And then we get to the thing in the mines, and the thing in the mines is Bizarro. And again, like y'all said, like I was like, man, I know Bizarro's supposed to look kind of messed up. It did kind of feel like they gave him a white purplish kind of hue. Like I could see the white in there, but there's parts of it that felt like a little bit purple. And you got the backwards S and everything. But then we got the flashbacks where we see that he's basically a celebrity, or was a celebrity on his earth, still married to Lois. It was Jonathan that got the powers, and he became Superboy. And not just Superboy, he became that leather jacket wearing, leather pants version of that character of Superboy. And he does that weird like hand sign thing that I'm not even going to attempt to try to do ever again.
Dude, I
But-
tried that for 20 minutes before I could finally see an S, and then I forgot how I did it, and I'm like, I'm not doing that again.
You did it once. That's all you needed to do.
That's all I have to do.
He conquered it. He's like, I'm done.
But
I dropped the mic. Boom.
Yeah, and we need to add that whole season where this is where we got the boy's aunt. Like the one time that she was in the show for a majority of it.
Oh, talk about annoying. Oh, I wanted to slap her so many times.
Tatum, I think is who that was.
Yeah. Thank you, Legion of Comics. I appreciate you're showing up. Watch on the rewind if you can. If not, it's fine. But thanks for being here, man. And yes, season 4, that whole season for me is just it's too short. It's too short, but I still loved it.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it so much. You stopping by. Take care. All right, sorry, Sean, cut you off, but
Yeah. But that was, was it season 2? Was season 2 the one where they did the reverse world? Because it was that crazy lady with the cult-like thing. We got the sister, which was Jenna Dewan.
Yep.
For the life of me, I can't remember what the sister's name is supposed to be.
Lucy. Yeah, Lucy Lane.
But it's hilarious how she's on both shows. She was General.
Mhm.
She was. I don't remember who she played on.
She was on. She was on
she was
Supergirl.
General Lane's daughter, but I can't remember what her name was on Supergirl.
Was she Lucy on Supergirl too?
Now I've got to Google it.
I didn't watch Supergirl. I'm gonna have to.
I'll tell you, I'll tell you this. I didn't watch much past the middle of season 2, but I can tell you this: the first season that I watched was excellent. The stuff introducing Tyler is that world's Superman was great. Tyler has.
Oh, is that where he came from?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was first cast as Superman for the Supergirl show.
Now, is that explain the clips of him that I saw when I was watching the what's it called? Other Worlds? What's it called?
Elseworlds?
When his cape would be like down on his shoulder and that was such a cool look. I love that look.
And I didn't like it that much. Yes, she was. By the way, yes, she was Lucy also on Supergirl.
Yeah.
So, See, I liked the suit except for the way they did the cape. But that was me. He came from Supergirl, and then he was in the 2 Elseworlds crossovers.
Well, I was able to watch that one video that had all the Elseworlds clips back to back after Jay turned me on to it. This is all Jay's fault in my life. My life was doing just fine without this show. And then he kept talking, like, all right, fine, I'll try it. And the next thing you know, I'm addicted and going out looking for additional content.
That's the hope, man. That's the hope. I want everybody to at least like Superman. That's the hope. Find one thing about Superman that people like.
Yeah.
Newer. You can love the old stuff because you got to. I mean, again, it's Superman. Like, this is the father of all superheroes. If it wasn't for Superman, that's a what if for you, Marvel. If there was never a Superman, would there have been superheroes? Who knows?
At least in the way that we know them.
I'm sure there would have been eventually.
Yeah, maybe not around the time that they came out. Maybe somebody eventually, it'd be like that Beatles movie all over again.
Yeah, because it's arguable as to who the first actual hero was. It's like,
well, Gilgamesh, if you want to go there, stories like that have been around since Gilgamesh and all that other stuff.
Hercules.
Yeah.
Samson,
yeah.
Little did you people know you were getting a history lesson tonight along with Superman talk.
And let me say something about Jenna Dewan. Like, her portrayal of Lucy,
both Lucys too.
Man, yeah, both Lucys are great, but the one she plays in this show, you want to talk about, I still don't know if she can be trusted. Because that one time she flipped on them, I was so convinced. All right, man, they got her away from it finally after all these years.
When she drugged Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got me on that too, because I thought, all right, now here's where they're going to get together and expose him. And as soon as Sam started talking funny, I'm like, that little witch.
Yeah.
I've never in my life wanted to smack somebody so bad as that character. She's a great actress because she nailed the part, but I hated that character. And I'm just like, just let her go, let her die.
Yeah.
But did they ever truly reconcile to the point where you believe that it was reconciled, and then she just kind of disappeared?
No, it was
So
basically like things happened, and after that whole arc, she was gone, and then you really never saw her.
they didn't even mention her again, did they? Even in the last episodes, you
No.
would have thought they would have had her when Lois had cancer. I mean, if there's ever a time you'd want your sister,
Yeah.
but I don't think she ever appeared again after that.
No.
Yeah, but like I said though, I'm gonna have to watch through, because I was telling Ed before the show, I had like a little Mandela effect happen to me, because I was talking about how we recast the girlfriend between season 1 and season 2, and then we recast Jonathan between season 2 and 3, and then I realized no, we didn't recast the girlfriend. That was a completely different character in the first season.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Candace was the girl he was talking to at the water tower. Come to find out, no, I was wrong. Because I was watching the show, I was like, who was the girl who played Candace first? And I was looking it up and I couldn't find her. And then I typed something like uh, first actress for Candace, something, 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 and it pulled up, but it had a different name. So what happened was they had this girl playing this character named something Teague. I thought it was Candace for some reason. And between the events that happened, according to the Wikipedia for them, the events that happened between the first and second season, her and Jonathan had already broken up and she had moved away. And then he started dating Candace. So watching this, I'm like, so I had this wrong the entire time, thinking that this person had already been recast. So Allie Alston, going on a completely different thing, the Allie Alston Bizarro stuff to me was, I'd never heard. I don't know if Allie Alston I think that was her name, was an original character. I've never heard of that character in the comics before. But that whole storyline with her and Bizarro and trying to join, join your your two selves together, and we get that really cool shot of the cube world and Earth kind of
Yeah,
merging.
and the
Yeah.
sun, the cubed
Yes,
sun,
the
that was
cube sun.
amazing.
The best thing about this is something that I shared. Used to be my cover photo on Facebook for the longest time. When there was people like, he's too small to be Superman. They weren't even dogging on his Clark anymore. They're like, his Superman's too small, blah blah blah. And Tyler Hoechlin is not he might be a tiny dude, but Tyler Hoechlin himself is a very jacked dude. Like he always has been. I remember that specifically. Dude's got like a 13 pack. Like the dude's got some muscles. But I was like, if you think he's too weak to be Superman, I want you to watch this scene. And it's the scene when he basically goes to the sun, gets thrown into the sun.
Yep.
He has Tal fly him up, throw him into the sun, and he has all this power. Like he soaked up way too much power and has to get rid of it. And I think that's what he uses to separate the Earths.
Yeah.
When he comes down and he hits the ground and he has that yell. My goodness, you want to talk about chill.
Yeah, his
And
yell.
his S is glowing, and it's just
Yeah, that was Jake's background for a long time.
that reminded me of when Thor remembered his lightning power in the movie.
Yeah.
It was the same kind of thing. He was just like, "Oh man, I'm gonna kick some ass now."
But Tyler had a few instances though where even when he wasn't in the suit, he was a badass. Jay knows what I'm about to talk about.
The diner?
That's the diner scene. That's the diner scene. When he looks in, he goes, "You and I are gonna walk outside and we're gonna have a little talk."
That's the best scene of the whole series.
Yeah. He's like, "You okay, Clark?" Nope.
That's season 3.
Yeah.
That's when we switch Jonathans. That's when we first get Mike. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get his name right. Mike Bishop.
Yeah.
Who, again, for me, it was such it was jarring for the first scene. But after that, I was like, he and the actor playing Jordan, they're a little bit more believable to me as twins.
Yeah.
And then how he acted during that, especially that episode,
Yeah.
I was like, okay. And then from then on out, I was like, all right,
We're
I
good.
like this guy.
Yeah.
Now the whole thing was he had gotten his truck stolen by his girlfriend's dad,
Yep.
and they went to go confront him with Lois. He had already hit Jonathan.
And the way they knew was because of the watch.
Yep.
Yep.
And he ends up pulling a gun on Lois. Well, Clark finds out about it, and he's like, okay. And the best part about this, the best part is, this isn't a job for Superman. Good, because he's not going.
Yes,
So
I love
Clark.
that. I love
So it's
that.
Clark, and it the thing that I love about Clark, this version of Clark at least, and we'll definitely talk about that when we get into season 4. What's up, Stevie? And hey, Triple B, in case you didn't hear me, boss, good to see you.
This Clark is out of woods.
This Clark knows how to fight.
Yes.
You know how pissed I have been because of Smallville. Big old corn-fed, works on a farm country boy. Whenever he lost his powers, he'd get his ass kicked all the time. It made me so mad. It took him until like season 7, season 8 before he learned how to fight. This Clark, he knows.
Yeah.
He knows how to fight. But the scene that Sean is talking about is he gets in there, and yeah, they're like, Clark, is everything all right? He goes, nope. Walks up to him, says, we can speak outside, blah, blah, blah. He says, I'm not going anywhere with you, and goes to shove him, and just like bounces back. And then he takes a swing, and Clark just slams him down.
Yep.
And dude, that wasn't Superman. That was Clark.
Yeah.
That was Dad. That was Dad. That was anybody's dad.
Yep.
I could see my dad doing that same thing if somebody would have messed around with his kids.
Yep.
And the best part is when it was all over was Kyle. Damn, Kent.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And then he apologizes. Clark apologizes. And I'm like,
sorry for interrupting your dinner.
That's such a Clark thing to do, man. That is such a Clark thing to do. That's why I love Tyler's Clark. Like he does things like that. Like, sorry.
He's the most believable Clark for me since George.
He really is, because he's not klutzy.
Right.
He's not klutzy, but he has those moments where he is kind of dorky.
Yeah.
But he's just like my dad would joke around with me like that sometimes. My dad had a very.
He was like Dad dorky. He wasn't like ultra super nerdy goofy dorky.
Exactly. And my dad had a very dry sense of humor, which made it even funnier to me. So
I have a whole new respect for capes. This thing is hot. Oh, did you notice I have the blue shirt too? See?
That's awesome. I think the Superman spit curl you're wearing, I actually dig that.
The weird thing is my wife asked me to wear it to bed. I don't know what that means. If you hear up and away from Michigan, you'll know something's going on up here. She's in bed. I can talk about her now.
I gotcha.
Watch out. She's got super hearing, though.
So, yeah.
Oh, damn. She got in the X Kryptonite. Uh-oh.
Don't most of them. So, I want to say, again, I might be mixing my seasons up, but I remember we had Lieutenant Mitch taking over. That's when they had the super team. Was that season 2?
That's 2 or 3.
3.
Okay.
Because Lois's dad resigns at the end of season 2.
That's okay. That's what it was.
And then season 3 started with having to deal with this prick, and then him and Sam got the way to track that guy, and he had to take him the thumb drive, and then the jerk locked it and the medallion away that he got from Pizarro. So yeah,
because I'm remembering they had the super team that they should stop trying to do stuff like that, but it's the government in that world, so They don't listen. They got the power. They're going to try to do something. Uh,
Now, were they using the X kryptonite to do that, or were they using Superman's blood? Because they kind of made it vague. Because they had to get some of Superman's blood when he lost his powers, and they took him to the hospital. And remember, that was another one of my favorite scenes when somebody stole the blood and did something with it, and everybody's standing around the Department of Defense. Well, how can we make sure it never happens again? And Superman just lights up those vials with his heat ray and just blows the whole thing up. And he's like, "Problem solved. On to the next." I'm like, there you go.
yeah,
But I can't.
I can't
I can't
remember
remember.
either. But I also can't remember was Tag part of that superhero team?
Yes,
Tag from the first season?
he turned into it. He was the only one that survived the attack on Bizarro. Bizarro killed the other two.
What I can't remember though is if it was season 2. It probably was in somewhere in season 2 when Natalie debuted. When we got Natalie Irons.
It was the very
That was the last episode.
it was the very end
Yeah.
of of that season.
Of 2?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so. You know,
Yes.
if you just pull up the list of them, you can tell by the names of them. They had very clever names, just like
Oh, yeah.
like Seinfeld used to do.
Or even
You know,
like,
it's very funny that they named the final episode what you have as your name on screen,
yeah, it all went by so fast. Yeah.
because I watching the first episode or the second episode when they're deciding whether to stay or not, I remember Clark looks up and he sees that. That was like a mainstay in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, what a call. Like, I didn't remember that
Yeah.
watching the finale. But
That's what was so cool, is they started the show with a little soliloquy of Clark talking about how it was. And then we haven't got there yet, but they ended the show again with Clark talking about what is. And it all went back to that it goes by so fast. And that's so true. I mean, oh my God, that is so true.
yeah,
Even the show, when you're binging it, it goes by so fast.
God, yes. And it's just, again, every episode to me, it just looks like a mini movie. Like, it looks like there's a lot of care that went into the show. There's a lot of
Mhm.
care. There was a lot of the writing shows that there was so much care, and how can we do something new, but
They took the responsibility of Superman seriously.
Mhm.
yeah,
They knew
It's
that
so-
if they were going to give us a character of that magnitude on television, it had to be special.
Mhm.
Like they got the assignment.
And they
Yeah.
made some subtle changes to characters, but then
Mhm.
they would turn around and pay homage to something that would just, warm your heart, and you just accepted it and moved along with it. I didn't have a problem with it. That season 4 seemed rushed, but we all know why.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, they did such a good job with everything.
Yes.
Uh,
Which brings us into the character that we did not get enough of,
Luther.
Luthor. Michael Cudlitz as Lex Luthor is the best Lex Luthor on screen I have ever seen.
I never thought he could be more badass than getting hit in the head with Negan and looking at him and telling him to suck my balls. But oh wow, he was even better when in the Superman and Lois.
Yeah.
And I loved how that's one of the cool things that I didn't really notice until my rewatch. Every character has like their own entrance music, like wrestling.
Mhm.
And Luther's riff is just so badass. And he's like, oh, Luther's coming. He's up to something. And even Bizarro had his own music. And it's like, it was so cool the way they did that, just subtly enough that you knew something was about to happen with a certain character.
Yeah.
And I really like how they put the score with the character.
Yes.
And Luther's was the best score, in my opinion. That
Yeah.
riff is just badass.
It really was, and I'll tell you, I've never been too big of a fan of Superman not having the John Williams theme as their theme. I mean, I'm a basic bitch like that when it comes to that. Uh, but the "Who I'm Meant to Be" is the name of the song, but the theme for the show, and it's only a snippet near the end. That din 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 din, din fits that show so perfectly. Like ending the episode with that and opening the episode with that, it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I'm like, again, the new Superman with the John Murphy score, it's borrowing from John Williams. It makes it its own. I still love it. I still have it in my playlist. I listen to it on repeat, but I also listen to the entirety of Who I'm Meant to Be from this show. I love the music in this show. I,
Mm-hmm.
I Ed, I didn't even remember until you said something about it. It was like, yeah, almost every time they introduce a new character, there's some kind of musical sting behind them.
And they always play it whenever
Yeah,
that character comes in. Can I geek out just a little bit?
you
Because
absolutely can.
you were talking about at the beginning and the ending of each episode.
Mhm.
Dude, the hair stood up on my arms, and I totally geeked out when they flipped the shield for Bizarro World episode.
Oh yeah,
Oh, they flipped it, and I'm like, yes, we're going to be on Bizarro World, baby. And sure enough, the whole episode was Bizarro World. And
yeah.
I don't know why, but Bizarro's always been like my favorite character in the Superman universe aside from Superman. There was something about just having a bad but opposite Superman that always, even in the stupid Challenge of the Super Friend cartoons, which I adored as a kid. Mean Bizarro, killing Superman. I just loved that character. And for them to have him in there and have it be the same actor and just when he first appeared, I'm like, they went a little Alice Cooper on him. I mean, what's but then like I said, they explained it and it made sense. But it just felt so good to get Bizarro because Bizarro has gotten no love that I'm aware of in any of the movies before. So
No,
for him to appear in this, well, I you probably remember me texting you, "Oh my God, Bizarro!" Bam, when I
yeah.
got to that episode. But
Eddie, you're a Lions fan, right?
oh, duh.
That's what Triple B's asking.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yes, sir, Triple B. I have them on my TV that I keep glancing up at and cussing a little, and then coming back to the show. How you doing, my haunted friend? I didn't see you up there.
I just realized he's in it. Oh, okay. Did he
Yep, we
merge with
changed.
his channels?
Yes,
Pardon?
it's because we had on the experience, we had to kind of stop posting links with him because of the name. So he's been thinking, dude, YouTube will nail you for weird crap, dude. That's why we got nailed for karma because there was a word in the link that got us kicked off of YouTube for a week. That's a YouTube thing. So he decided he's been thinking about doing it for a while, just like, when we changed our name.
What was the word?
What was the word?
It-
Erotic?
It's haunted.
Erotic was the word?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
For
All
karma.
the other stuff they allow, and they went hoo-hoo over erotic?
Yep.
The only thing I can guess was it the basement part on his thing.
No, it was the hard. It was the hardcore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know, dude. I know too. I know.
Hardcore wrestling has nothing to do with sex.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yep.
like what the fuck? YouTube's that
Yeah.
big of a bitch. Okay.
Yeah,
What cracks me up is that they'll let you F-bomb all day long. They'll let you C-bomb all day long. But if you type something like, there was a time when we were playing Triple T Trivia with Chuck, and the answer was Moby Dick, and nobody could type it. And I was rolling because I had written the question, and no one could write the name. It just kept coming up blank. And finally, I told Chuck, I don't think YouTube's letting them type. And then I put dashes in between, and we
Yep.
just started rolling because nobody could answer. That's like
Yeah.
and what if your name is really Dick? What if your name is Richard and you go by Dick?
Yeah.
You can't even type your name. weird.
Yeah.
But anyway, now we're off base.
Yeah.
We tend to
Well,
do
I
that
mean,
though.
come on. It wouldn't be a Hydra hangout without going a little off base for a little bit.
Of course.
Yeah, going back, what was it? It had to be still season 2 because Jonathan gets hooked on taking XK. They find a
Yep.
way to vaporize it basically, and it reminds me of a Smallville episode from way back in the day. Zachary Ty Bryan was on it. The baseball players found a way because they did all their stuff with regular kryptonite basically. Anybody that got powers, they got it from kryptonite. Somebody, Pete Ross on the show once had gum laced with kryptonite and it gave him stretchy powers. Okay, so everything had kryptonite on them. They found a way to vaporize kryptonite. It gave them super strength. So that's
Are you
what it
are
kind
you
of
sure that
reminded me.
wasn't? Are you
Well,
sure that
no,
wasn't Viagra?
no, it was different for every person because the one kid got the strength from it. Jonathan got the ability. It was his vision.
Right. But what I'm saying is what it reminded me of was the episode of Smallville where they also found out how to vaporize kryptonite.
You know what it reminded me of? The
Hmm.
season of The Boys, where they
It
got a
take
hold
them
of that stuff and it gave everybody different powers
the
when they took.
compound V, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of.
So we had him basically taking that. It was giving him like the macro vision is what I found out Superman calls that. It's macro vision. And then others it gave strength to. And
You
then
know
you
what was
find out
really cool was if you think about all the powers, I think the hardest one to control would be the hearing. So when they did that with Jordan, that just rang home to me like, yeah, that would be hard if you can hear a pin dropping in Europe. How would you be able to focus and not drive yourself insane? And that rung home a little bit with me because I have tinnitus really bad in my ears. It rings all the time. So
yeah.
I have to try to focus on hearing outside the ring. And for him to get all these noises coming in and for him to be able to isolate his dad or his grandpa, that was brilliant the way they did that.
Yeah.
And the way it drove him nuts at first and he had to wear earmuffs, I'm like, yeah, I can relate to that for sure.
Yeah. See, the best part about Jordan getting powers to me is once again my old Smallville soul watching Clark get a different power every other season or something like that. And his hearing came a weird way. There was an explosion in a jewelry store with kryptonite. It blinded him, and his hearing went into overdrive. So they turned on a bunch of Paul turned on a bunch of stuff in the barn and like was whispering at Clark to get him to focus. So the fact that I love also how they show the different auditory things that happen. Like when you have Kilgrave shooting him with that sonic blast, and you see his ears lighting up the same way that his eyes light up when he does the ocular blasts.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was super cool. Like I thought that was the coolest thing. And how they show the powers, I think are great. Because there's Superman has said at one point that he basically has memorized everybody's heartbeat, so he knows the people in his life, especially, he knows their heartbeats and can listen to them from. That's why he goes up into space most times.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's easier for him to focus when he's in space and listening.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the explanation for some of this stuff is just awesome. And I think one of the other cool powers is when he got even though it kind of made him sick, which is something that bothered me with another thing we'll talk about later on about powers. But when he got the frost breath, when he got the super lungs thing going
Sneezing.
on, yeah. See, in Smallville, I liked it because it was just he got a cold from overextending himself, and that's when he found out, oh crap, I have this super breath thing going on. How they did it in Superman and Lois was a little more painful It's kind of like how they did his super hearing. They made it to where he was freezing cold, like himself. It wasn't just like he had ice breath. It was like he was freezing himself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's the awesome way to show the powers, and then he decided to train to be a hero, getting trained by Sam, and Sam Sam makes me feel old. Sam Lane in this show makes me feel old because I remember watching this dude in Congo and watching him in Nip Tuck.
Movie?
Yeah,
Wow, I don't even remember him in that.
yeah, and in the show Nip Tuck with Julian McMahon, and I'm like, he's not that old. No, he's not a grandfather. Yeah, he is. And I'm like, holy crap! But that's just like the girlfriend that they had for Sam that worked for Luther. She was. I don't know if y'all remember. Again, we're going way off topic with this one. I don't remember if you know a movie called Love Potion Number 9 with Tate Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
It was Tate Donovan and Sandra Bullock. The girlfriend of Sam in that episode, those couple of episodes, was working for Luther. She was the girl that he hit on in the bar. And when he first took the love potion, he went up to her and said, Farfignugan. That was her.
Okay.
And I was like, it took me a minute. And again, I was like, oh, well, that movie was back in like 1990 something.
Shh, we don't talk about those things.
But yeah, there's like, I don't know if anybody else noticed this. He was only in like an episode, but Daniel Cudmore, who was the original Colossus in the Fox X-Men, he was, what is it, Subject something. They gave him a name. He was the one who attacked Lois in the hotel when she was
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sharon Powell.
Yep.
Yeah, and she clicked the thing, and he was like, "How's that going to help you?" or something like that. And she goes, she said something awesome, and I can't remember it now. But all of a sudden, you got Superman flying through the building and knocking into him. But yeah, Daniel Cudmore was there for an episode or two.
Well, I think you have my full attention now. I knew I shouldn't have got sucked up into the Lions Super Bowl thing. But it's okay.
Nah.
I won't cry too hard
Well,
until we talk about season 4. No promises.
that's coming up soon. That's coming up soon because season 3, I'm having a hard time remembering because it was onomatopoeia.
Yeah.
It was the onomatopoeia and Bruno Mannheim.
Mhm.
It was that storyline. Okay,
Yes.
I'm remembering a little bit of it now.
Just a heads up. I only got about 15 minutes before I gotta go.
Okay.
So,
That, not to be too gross, but that mask that she was wearing at first, that looked so much like a lady part that I could not look at that. And finally my wife came and she looked and she's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "I don't know her name, but I've been calling her P-face." And she started laughing. You know, I said the word. But I mean, that's what it looked like. And I didn't understand what was going on. Is that a real character?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. And is that really Mannheim's wife?
I think in the comics, I can't remember if they're like androgynous or if it's a dude.
Oh, okay.
But I think onomatopoeia is a man in the comics.
A lot of Walking Dead stuff in this series because Mannheim was
Yep.
Tyrese.
Yep, but
And
he was also in Arrow.
oh, was he? I gotta
Yeah,
watch this Arrow thing. You guys talk about it all the time, and I've never watched it.
Oh man, Arrow's so good. Like It had it the problems it had was during the middle of the series is when DC was like, we can't use this character because we might be putting him in a movie. So a lot of the plans they had for the show got cut on the fly. So some of the seasons are a little weak and a little weird.
Yeah.
But
That and Felicity started becoming a little.
yeah, Felicity was one of my favorite characters, but
What's up, Triple B? I'm just back auditioning, see if they want me back as a co-host.
Yeah.
Triple B, who's Sean? Who started that? Robbie?
yeah, it was Robbie.
Robbie. Because Robbie was like, yeah, I'm going to take Sean's spot.
Well, yeah, he did get the number 1 slot that night. I forgot.
You know how he got it, right? There was other folks that were like, I think Triple B might have been having an issue for like a second with his internet, but you had actually dropped out, and he moved up. Well, the final spot was because Hand was acting a fool over here, and I went to go check on him, and when I came back, since my stuff is hardwired now, I didn't get a long enough Ethernet cord, so I tripped over it coming back, and I knocked my shit out.
Oof.
So then I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, let me get everything back. And then when I came back, Robbie was up in the top spot. So before Sean leaves, we'll go ahead and we'll hop into this part of it real fast. Season 4. Now, season 4 was truncated because I believe their
And you
budget,
could tell.
yeah, it was truncated. I believe the budget was slashed. The show was originally supposed to go for 7 seasons. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. But the take it as a grain of salt thing I'm going to tell you is it was canceled for Superman, the movie, because it was believed by some people, and this is speculation. This is just stuff I heard. This is not me saying it. That it might have been too confusing for general audiences with it being a brand new universe to have multiple Supermen playing at the same time. Which to me, I'm like, I don't buy that. I don't think that's the reason at all.
Bitsy said it live on an interview. They did not want to have competing Supermen. She's on record as saying, you can find it if you go look on YouTube. She is on record as saying that.
Well, who in the world can't distinguish TV from movie? I mean, to me,
Really,
that's just
dude?
silly.
Really,
It's just
dude?
silly.
With this generation of kids, you're asking that question?
No.
Come on, man. You're a teacher.
I
don't remind me of Sweeten.
like I don't want to fall in the hole of that most people are that like, James Gunn just doesn't want anything that isn't his. I don't want to say that. But if some people are saying it's because they don't want the competing Superman, here's the thing. It's to me, this show has always been an Elseworld story. This to me is not Earth Prime Superman. Just because he's my favorite Superman doesn't mean he's the main. I think they still could have finished the show. They still could have done the 7 seasons and did the Superman movie.
I think it's a combination of they didn't want 2 Supermen, and also I think the CW was just trying to get out of.
That's true too, because they were bought by like Star or something, and they canceled all their stuff.
So I think, and that probably is more the reason, but I think it's a combination of the two, really. And it sucks because we did not get enough Michael Kudlitz's Lex Luthor.
No.
We did not. Because, oh my God, was that dude brave.
So before Sean leaves, we're gonna talk about this real fast. So Bizarro, you think that he's dead. Come to find out he's not dead. Lex finds out if you kill Bizarro, he comes back stronger. So then we get one of the coolest scenes that has been in a movie or TV show. And it's just him using like kryptonite weapons to just kill Bizarro Clark over and over and over again. And you notice there starts to be some weird transformation after, 10 or 15 times of killing him. There's this weird thing happening. Come to find out, this is how we get Doomsday.
Mm-hmm.
Bizarro Clark gets turned into Doomsday. And again, I will say it. This Doomsday, even if it's got the backwards S on him, I think this Doomsday looks better than the one we got in the movies.
I think it was brilliant because they even referred to it as the Doomsday Project that Luthor had on the other alternate world.
Yeah.
I thought it was brilliant the way they tied that in.
But also just the savagery of Kudlitz during that whole thing, where he's in his face and just...
He loved every minute of it. You could tell.
It's just... I was like, holy cow. I was like, all right. And then, you end season 3 with that epic fight scene. I was still surprised, though, that when they came into the 4th season, that they did show the open chest wound to an extent.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow, they really did do that. So
the thing that caught me the most about the finale part was right at the beginning, when it was like we were going through the moon and you were seeing like blood on stones, and then they showed you a piece of Superman's cape, and it was shaped exactly like the flag on the cover of The Death of Superman. I'm like, brilliant. That was a little Easter egg. Brilliant. I loved that.
Yeah, eventually we're going to do another one of these shows where it's going to be Easter eggs. Just all the Easter eggs we could find. Just make a list. We'll just do all the Easter eggs we can find because there are a ton. But yeah, them using Bizarro to turn into Doomsday, and that's only the first version because we get another version of Doomsday. It's the same. Okay. It's the same Doomsday, but in the next one, it looks more like the comic one with the bone protrusions and stuff like that.
Yep.
So
I still thought the ultimate thing with Doomsday, though, was that final-ish episode where they get right in front of the sun and he wakes up finally, or comes back to life, and he looks at him and he goes with the hand, and it puts himself into the sun. Yep. So I was like, to allow the Clark inside to show his humanity was cool.
Because he just wanted to go home.
Yep.
He wanted to go home, and once he finally got to that point with Clark, because Clark didn't want to hurt him, but
even though he allowed him to do it, Superman did kill him though. So Superman did kill because he gave him the little whoop. Yep. But the one part that I think was a little funny was they're like floating right in front of each other, and they're hardly any distance apart. And he reaches out and barely shoves him, and he only moves like 2 feet before he starts dissolving. I'm like, if you're that close to the sun, does 2 feet really make that big of a difference? It's just something I picked up. I pick up little weird things like that. But it was cool that Bizarro got to have his little moment before they killed him.
Because I was hating on him in this season, and we all know why. So let's talk about what happened in the season before. So there's a humongous fight with him and Clark. He wins. Clark gets his heart ripped out. Doomsday drops his body in the middle of the street, Main Street, Smallville, and we notice other people around are seeing, wait, why are the Kents like this torn up? People are starting to connect things finally.
Yep.
Now, Lex, here's the thing, because Ed, you brought up such a good freaking point, man, about the heart. And I've been thinking about it, and to me, it's a writing issue.
Totally.
Because Lex has Milton Fine, a.k.a. Brainiac, make the box to hold Clark's heart. So I think Milton did something to that box. It's not just a normal box, especially if Brainiac himself made it. Well, at least that version of Brainiac, which is just Milton Fine. He's just a really smart guy. I think he did something to that box. That box is laced with kryptonite or red kryptonite or something. Because I'm with you wholeheartedly on the you just stepped on Superman's heart, and that's the end of it. I think they had to for time. They had to leave something out of there because
But even so, even if you're right, and that weakened it enough to let him step on it, all Jordan would have had to have done was flown that squished heart to his mother. Because she said they can repair Superman's organs, but they can't create new ones. So even if they'd have took the squashed heart back to his mother, she probably could have put that in and made Superman back again. I think this is a writing, like you said, I think it was a screw up in the writing because they were trying to end the show too fast for whatever reason. I don't want to blame,
right.
Gunn or anything, but that was rushed and it wasn't thought through and it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Well,
Because first of all, how do you squash Superman's heart? And second of all, she said that if she can repair organs but not grow them, so he
right.
could have just grabbed the squished heart and flew it there.
Okay. I'll follow you and agree on the squished heart part. Jordan, though, not thinking to grab the heart, considering he just watched it get stepped on, that's traumatizing. So you're not going to think of something like that in that situation. So in that, I get that part. But yeah, the whole being able to step on his heart and crush it, totally agree.
But that's the other part that made no sense is Jordan had the super strength at this time. And all the guy did was have his foot on his shoulder so he couldn't reach the heart.
That's why I think that there was something in that container.
But Jordan was immune to kryptonite. Remember when they were training, the kryptonite didn't affect Jordan.
No, it doesn't affect him as much. He's still affected by it, though.
Well, that's not what Superman said. Because Superman said Jordan appears to be immune to kryptonite. And then when they were shooting him with those kryptonite lasers, he was bluffing. Because it wasn't really hurting him. He just wanted to get close enough to find out where the thing was. Because as soon as he found out where it was, he snapped right out of it and kicked their butts and thought he had the heart, but it was just the doll.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I don't got a dog in that fight because I don't remember that part just yet. I remember the fight and everything, but it's one of those. I chalk it up to writing and trying to end it too fast, but also what this part of it brings. There's no heart, so what happens? We have Bizarro killing Sam Lane, which was another. Until he was shot by the turncoat inside with them, I was like, I didn't know what was going to happen. And once he was shot and Doomsday showed up, I was like, they're about to kill General Lane. And they're going to use his heart for Superman. And now Superman has a human heart. His Kryptonian physiology isn't going to turn that heart Kryptonian.
Yeah.
He has a human heart. And however many years are left on that heart, that's how many years he has left.
But the heart had the serum in it.
Yeah.
So it should have, the way they ended it with him.
Well, the serum was always temporary, though. It was never permanent, if I remember right.
Right, but once you put that in Superman's body, though, since the serum was made with his blood, I don't know how that would work.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that whole thing, there are so many loopholes there that you just kind of got to forget about.
Yeah.
Because number one, they'll tick you off, and number two, they don't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you just kind of got to let it go. But there was a lot of that in season 4, and I think it was because they were trying to rush the ending.
Yeah, like you're trying to fit 20 episodes worth of stuff in 10.
Yeah.
Right.
Or 11, or however many it was.
Because again, it's supposed to be a seven season deal. They had a plan up to season 7 at least.
Yeah. Well, and they mentioned when Superman went through the portal and ended up in Bizarro World, how the red sun made him weaker. And then he mentions in the finale that the yellow sun will weaken Bizarro. Hello, why didn't you think of that in the first place? Because that's one of the first things I thought of is
Yeah.
flying to the sun. The
Yeah.
closer you get to the sun, you're going to get stronger. He's going to get weaker. And instead, they fought on the moon, which
Yeah.
it was cool as hell. But again, I think it was just a writing thing where you know what I would love to see? I would love to see Dan Wickline watch this show and give us, because when it comes to writing, he notices crap that I don't notice, and I
Yeah.
would love to see his take on, especially season 4.
Yeah. And it's probably going to be he's like, well, it doesn't have a supper's ready ending to me. Like the
Mm-mm.
last episode is not a dinner's ready. We're just throwing something out there. The last episode is very deliberate to me.
Yeah.
But that's the last half of the episode. The beginning, let me tell you my only issue with this whole thing. I'm glad that if they were going to end it early, they ended it like they did. It's the most different and out there Superman ending to a show I've ever seen, for one.
Mm-hmm.
But it should have been a 2-hour series finale.
Agreed.
Should have been a 2-hour season finale because that fight with Lex is over way too soon.
Yeah.
Like I can get taking care of Doomsday. I can get that. And then you have the threat because you have him, Brainiac hijacks John Henry Iron's suit. Then we get the freaking power suit from Lex, which I love. That I knew the minute that happened, I was like, we're gonna get the power suit. Before they even showed him in it, I was like, we're gonna get the power suit. That's gonna be awesome. Because I always thought that John Henry's suit kind of looked like Lex's power suit, just a little bit. So you have that, and you have him. He's got the kryptonite that screws into him, like the little missiles that hit and they screw in when they hit him. And I'm like, man, this is going to be an epic fight. And it was an epic fight, but the fight just did not last long enough.
Mm-mm.
It was Michael Cudlitz deserves all the flowers in the world. He should go down is one of the best Lexes on television, movies, what have you. I needed more of them. And I don't mean that in a Jared Leto Joker sense where I couldn't make a decision on Jared Leto's Joker really because I saw the dude for like 10 minutes. I didn't like the design of him, but that's neither here nor there with this.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. His is more of I needed more of him because he did such a tremendous job with the character, and he was a menacing Lex. He was a smart Lex. He was just a well-planned, well thought out evil genius, but brutal Lex. Like that scene when we get the flashback of him getting beaten up in the prison and his retaliation to that, and him turning Otis, of all people, was one of the people beating on him turning Otis into a chair.
Yeah.
And at the end of that, you see him doing like this, and you're like, what is he doing? And you find out because he made Otis a chair, and he's sitting on Otis.
And did you get that in the last episode when Mannheim looked at Lex and said, "You're going to make a fine chair"?
Yes.
I'm like, oh, I want to see that scene.
and like we were talking about last week, man, I know it's almost not the same, but I would love for them to continue Superman and Lois in graphic novel form.
Oh yeah,
I would love to have, if that's the only way we could get that, I would love them to, because there's not the naysayer part of me, but there's a little part of my brain that's like, what if, let's just, the error that I have with things, what if the Superman movie doesn't do as well as they think it's going to? I don't see that happening. I see this movie being great. Please, everybody watching, don't think I'm trying to bash this at all. But if it doesn't do as well as people think that it's going to do. And this show got canceled too early because of that. Then I get to think about all the things that could have happened.
They could bring it back if they wanted to do a show on the fraternals.
That's true.
And it could be about Clark teaching them the ropes, because that's kind of what that last episode turned into. And that last episode took care of one of the biggest problems that a lot of people always had about Superman is, yes, Superman's invincible, but his clothes aren't.
Yeah.
Well, they show you when the fraternals get their suit that it's like a nanotech, because it's like building on them. And it showed when that screw was going into Clark's heart. When he pulled it out, it filled itself in.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of showed you that was some kind of Kryptonian nanotech, kind of like Tony did with the Iron Man suit. And I'm glad they put that in there, because that's always been one of the silly jokes people make about Superman. It's like, yeah, he's invincible, but how come his underwear never get torn or whatever, you know?
And I got to say, I could have done this is an Elseworld story. I could have actually, if they would have kept the original suit that he was first in,
I'd have been
I
happy.
would have been fine with that. I would have been fine with it. I love that suit so much.
I just loved that genuine smile when he's like, my mom made it for me. That was, fell in love with him right there.
I'm telling you, you go watch the episodes that he's in of Supergirl, and he says and does some stuff in that where you just like, man, this guy is so good. Like he's such a good Superman. He's such a good Superman. But yeah, I remember that it's episode 11. They do a flashback when Martha actually gives him that suit, and she's talking about how the chest needs something. I remember that part specifically because he turns around and he drops it to where we see the back of it, and I was like, man, I wish we would have gotten just a couple more episodes maybe, or a couple more flashbacks of him in that suit, because I really dug it.
No, I totally agree, because it was one of the times where it actually didn't look cheesy. It was actually kind of cool looking that they did that suit. So also, really though, that original S logo is actually pretty cool. Like, I wish that they would do more with that in some kind of modern way. I don't hate that logo. So.
I would have liked to have seen the S on the cape too. I missed that.
Yeah.
At least we are getting that with the gun Superman suit. So.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, he's got the logo on the cape and the trunks.
The boots and the cape are my favorite parts of that suit. They're really the only parts that I like, but yeah, it's the yellow S, but in that style, which is fine. But it's the yellow S on the back of the cape.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, all right, gentlemen. I have to head out, unfortunately. But again, best CW show for me, probably the best superhero show of all time. And I say that knowing that Daredevil for me is right there. Because I love the Daredevil show as well. But
before you leave, I want to know your thoughts real fast on that trailer. Before you leave.
On the Superman trailer?
No, on the Daredevil. Did you watch the Daredevil?
Oh yeah, no, I've watched all the Daredevil trailers so far. And I thought I was hyped for Superman. I'm more hyped to get my Daredevil in a couple of months. That said, though, I am super excited to get the Superman movie because I still get goosebumps watching that trailer. Daredevil is not so much of a goosebumps thing. It's just more of a, I'm ready for the intensity of this show type thing. Because that show is, for anybody who has never watched the original Netflix run, that is one of the most intense shows for a superhero, period.
So good.
It and Punisher are holy crap level of intense. And I think they're going to take it up a notch with this one because I think we're finally going to get into Fisk really letting out his nature again, kind of like he did in the first couple of seasons. So Super excited for that. Super excited for Superman. I'm hoping we get a Fantastic Four trailer soon that actually hypes me for the movie. I'm still sad that I am not like really hyped based on everything I have seen yet.
Are you into Reacher?
Yes.
Did you see the season 3 trailer?
Mhm.
Oh, I've watched that one at least a dozen
I may
times.
I may be on a bit of a hiatus right now, but all the stuff that I'm interested in, yes. Like trust me, when I get back into doing stuff, Jay knows I've got what have I got, Jay? Like 4, 5 video ideas that I've got in the pipeline. So I've got stuff coming. As well as watching Daredevil, Reacher, and the movies we're going to get this year. So I'm very excited for all that stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, like I said, for some reason the new Captain America trailer is almost at 100 views. So it's weird. Last time it was flip flopped. Like I did a Thunderbolts reaction, Captain America reaction. The Thunderbolts still did better. This time I did a Daredevil reaction and a Captain America reaction, and the Captain America's doing better. We're also 40 subs away from 600.
Nice.
Like it's insane. It's insane. I'm hoping to crack at least 800 this year.
You're getting
That's
1,000.
Well, that'd be even better. I'd love that too.
But yeah, this year is shaping up to be very good. We're getting less, but it feels like we're going to get better quality of what we are getting.
Yeah.
So I'm good. I'm fine with that. If it's less but it's better, I'm all for it. So as far as comics, I will leave everybody with this. The the Absolute Universe from DC at the end of last year got me wanting to read superhero stuff again. Start out this year, read Ultimate Wolverine.
Yep.
Read that number 1. I read it. Holy cow. It's good. So if I leave anybody with, there's my reading recommendation for the week. Read Ultimate Wolverine, go, holy crap. Read Absolute Batman number 4 and go, what is this?
Oh, that's one.
I'm not into the art with that book. I understand what it is, and I understand this. It helps with the story. I cannot visually take it in, and I hate saying that, but yeah, there we go.
Nice.
But anyways, so Superman and Lois, epic, fantastic. Wish we could have gotten, like what Jay said, 7 seasons. It was awesome. I'm not sure what I'm doing next week. I probably will just take this full break to really kind of decompress a little bit because I'll be off work starting next Friday and I won't be back till February. I'm going to use that time to really refresh and get things going because I want to make this year better than last year. And last year for us was unexpected, to say the least.
Yeah.
So, like, I never expected to actually get to see what Eddie looked like, ever.
Yeah, it was nice to actually get to talk to you instead of just through typing.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just my work schedule. The company I work for, being part of the maritime industry, it's 24/7. My days off rotate. So I get 1 full weekend off a month, and that happens to be this weekend. So, the only reason why I'm getting next weekend off is because I'm taking vacation. I need it. I'm burned out. I'm going to get refreshed on this because Jay and I still have conversations. We've got big plans this year.
Good.
So, but that said, maybe I should do a shirt that says #Who's Sean.
You should. I'm telling you.
Maybe I think I need to bring that shirt, and we'll send that to Robbie, Eddie, and Triple B first. Y'all be the first 3 to get that shirt.
There you go.
So,
Hey man, I'm still waiting for my # not that bad. So
yeah, I've got a #not that bad shirt. We had another hashtag. But for now. If anybody who's ever listened to my shorts, I can't end it in a wraparound any other way other than but for now.
Well, you've got a couple of hashtags now because there's still #blame Sean from the old days.
No, that ain't the old days. That's the still, as long as Kyle exists days, that's going to happen.
Mm.
That's a Kyle phrase. Kyle will get that shirt first. So, but
So
what are
other
you?
than here we go. This is the last thing I'll ask you about the show. And
Okay,
then you can go. Outside of Tyler, who was one of your favorite characters / actors in the show?
over its entire. Okay, do we? We're gonna have to take out Kudlitz because that's the obvious choice.
Okay, other than Tyler and Michael Cudlitz.
Yeah. Sorry, just because he really is kind of
Yeah,
the obvious choice.
yeah, that's true.
Uh,
That's true.
Honestly, it would be Michael Bishop's Jonathan for me because for whatever reason, when he came in, he worked for me a lot better as Jonathan. He had that look, like you said, he had the all-American football kid look, and this and that about him. If I were to give you another one, uh, probably Morgan Edge, just because he turned out to be the symmetry that they use and the way he kind of went 180 from he was a total prick to he was a jokester and kind of the cool uncle.
Mm-hmm.
That character arc for him was kind of nice that they gave him. I'm still mad that they never followed up to see what he actually ended up doing on the other Earth.
I think he found Lana. I think he found that universe's Lana.
Yeah.
Right. So, and we never, but we'll never get to see a follow up to that. And I bet in the 7 seasons we might have gotten a follow up to that.
And let me just tack on to that. He found that other world's Lana, lucky bastard.
Yeah. Dude, Emmanuel Shrieky is how you say her last name.
She's hot.
I've been a fan of hers forever. I saw this movie called 100 Girls that she was in. She was fantastic in that.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty funny movie too. But yeah.
Her
Yeah,
her
she
bad
was good.
self in the S costume with the super tight leotard. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Up and away. That's all I can say.
Oh, that's tremendous.
But yeah, definitely. She was definitely nice and easy on the eyes most of the time. So, actually, you know what, Jay? I'm gonna add someone else in. Natalie Irons,
Oh, okay.
a massively underrated part of that show, I think. As she really started to come into her own, she was massively underrated. So I could almost take an entire show of if they were to try to reintroduce it, I would love a show of her and John Henry.
Ooh, yeah.
So like I could
with the fraternals. That's how they could bring it back.
Yeah.
sort of but I mean I feel like you could even just without talking about Superman as much, the two of them could stand alone and do their own show. I think that's how well the two of them work together. But maybe maybe I'm the only one that thinks that, but yeah.
Do
Just-
both shows and just have them cross over.
Yes, there we go.
And then every once in a while, you can have Superman show up.
There you go. But yeah, I just for whatever reason she was very intriguing because he's like she's going through a ton of different things. Whereas like she lost her mother, now I'm on a new Earth. Her mother's there again, so she's reliving everything that her father already had gone through.
Yeah.
And then now you've got to try to go to school, or she was at least. But her character arc was extremely interesting. Now that I'm really thinking about that character and whatnot. So yeah, exploring like the Irons family in general would be awesome.
And she ends up. Sam allows her. It's like, yeah, you can call me Grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
It's subtle things like that too that really really tugged at my heart.
Yep.
Was things like that. But then when he died, I was like, man, she lost her grandfather twice.
Yeah.
Because he gets killed originally in the other timeline by Superman.
Right.
So little things like that were amazing. She was great. Like,
Mhm.
I totally get what you're saying, man. I could watch a show with the two of them.
Yeah. it works, and it can be either Earth. I mean, you could, because the flashbacks for them could literally be her growing up on their home Earth, and then you're having them do everything here. So it works out. Kind of like Arrow, where the first 5 seasons were his 5 years in hell all the way up, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
How were the
CW
ratings? How were the ratings for Superman and Lois? Were they good?
Ooh,
Uh, let's-
I'm not gonna lie. I don't pay.
I was just curious
Yeah.
because people would have to know who those characters were for a series to work. So if the ratings were good and a lot of people knew who they were, yeah, that could work. But another idea could be like what Jay said earlier would be to do like some graphic novels or something. They could do a
Mhm.
graphic novel of them two easily. I'd buy it.
Oh yeah, I mean they did that with Arrow. They had
Yeah.
in between seasons of Arrow, like Arrow season 1.5 was a volume 1 basically and stuff like that. You could totally do it. To me, you can almost keep the Arrowverse alive in graphic novels.
Right.
It's true. So we got like IMDb 7.8 out of 10. Rotten Tomatoes is at 88. Screen Rant's a 6 out of 10. Like Rotten Tomatoes, and that's in the popcorn meter, the thing they added that's like fans, that's at an 83. That's still pretty good for a CW TV show.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And when DC has been so desperate for something to be popular, it just seems weird for them to kill off something like this that everyone loved.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Yeah.
Let there be comics.
But DC has not been making the smartest decisions when it
No.
comes to. And I'll go on and I'll say it again. Jay's heard me say it like a perfect record. If they ran the live action stuff like they ran the animated universe for that decade or so, DC would be already up past Marvel because their stuff just translates better.
They had the blueprint.
Yep.
Yep.
Had the blueprint with the animated universe, man, but we'll just have to see. Like I said, I'm super hopeful for whatever the DCU turns out to be. I'm super hopeful for the movies. I'm hoping that as much as I did enjoy Creature Commandos season 1, I'm hoping that season 2 kind of gets me more into it, because it's one of those things. I watched it once, I don't have to watch it again, but I can go back and watch Peacemaker again and the Suicide Squad. So I'm hopeful.
Yeah. And hopefully Supergirl's good because they just started filming. So
They started filming, and not only that, I just learned the other day David Krumholtz. If you don't know who he is, look him up, folks. If you've ever seen Addams Family Values or Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, you know David Krumholtz. He's actually been cast along with, I can't remember the actress's name, as Supergirl's parents. I don't know if it's her Kryptonian parents or her human parents, but he's been cast as her dad. So that's interesting to me that David Krumholtz is now in the DC universe.
alrighty then. I will definitely look that up. Well, folks, that is definitely for sure. Now it's gonna be it for me because, as always, it's like, all right, guys, I gotta go. 30 minutes later,
Yeah.
but for real, I do gotta go. But I will see everybody soon. Everything. Ed, was finally good to meet you. Jay, I'm gonna rip
Absolutely.
your eye. Face to screen, screen to face. It was nice.
Absolutely.
One of these days, though, I'll have to hit up a con somewhere where we can hang out and geek out for a little bit.
That would be so cool.
It would be. Well, that one will have to take some massive planning. We'll have to figure that one out, but we'll figure it out. But anyways, so I will catch everybody later. Stay on with these guys. I'm sure they got a whole lot more deep diving to do that I wish I could do. I just don't have time for it tonight.
See you, bud.
All right, man. I'll catch everybody later. Peace out, everyone. Later, Triple B.
Later, bro.
So much still to talk about. You said some of the you wanted to talk about some of the Easter eggs, and there are just so many. Like,
There are.
especially on Bizarro World. Did you catch that Crypto was the name of their cat?
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought it was so cool in the last episode when Clark was doing the epilogue. How did I never have a dog before?
Yes.
So I got one and I called him Crypto. I was like, there's some kudos. Lots of fun stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
I get
we talked a lot about how slow motion can ruin a movie.
Mm-hmm.
The perfect use of slow motion was that final
Yes.
punch when he hit Luther in the
Yes.
suit. That was perfect.
But yes.
Watch that suit crumble, see Luther's face.
Yes. And you know the other thing that they did in this show, outside of what they did to Clark in the final episode, the other thing that they did that hasn't really been done before is Clark revealed himself. He revealed himself to Smallville. He's at the diner because by this point he's told Lana.
Yep.
He's told Kyle.
Yep.
And Kyle has a very great arc to me. He and Lana are separated, and he ends up with Chrissy, who is Lois's partner at the Gazette. I thought that whole story with him made me like him a lot more for some reason. But he's with them and Lois in a restaurant, and the father that we were talking about earlier, that Clark kind of put his hands on and was like, you hit my son and pulled the gun on my wife. That's not happening again.
Yep.
He actually comes back into the diner with a gun and says, a little birdie told me that you're actually Superman, and that's how you were able to manhandle me, blah, blah, blah. And he fires. And here's that perfect use of slow motion.
Yep.
Fires. And Clark kind of looks at Lois, and Lois is looking at him in a way that, like, she already knew. It felt like, and she was telling him it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Clark takes his glasses off, puts them down, looks back, and right before the bullet gets to him, rips the shirt open, and you see this one button. This one button is so cool. It just this one button goes clink and goes off.
Yep.
The bullet hits the shield, and when it goes to drop to the ground, he's already changed out and he's in his Superman suit. And that's how he lets the entire town know. Now, there's a couple of people that he owes apologies to, because that poor kid, there's a kid that went to school with Jonathan and Jordan, tried to tell his mom, things that were happening. His mom was just like, no, I've known Clark my entire life. We were in school together. He's not blah, 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 blah. When this gets revealed, when he first does it in Smallville, he then calls Janet Olsen, Jimmy Olsen's sister, and reveals himself to the world. So he starts doing it with Smallville, telling Smallville who he is. Then the world. So there's no more keeping secrets at this point. That's the first time in any version of Superman I've ever seen where he's let everybody know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked for me. It worked so well. I know for a lot of people it's like, but that's taking away like the mystery of Superman. Well, there comes a time where it's like you can only tell the same Superman story with the same ending so many times.
Right.
Again, I love Superman. I don't mind seeing different interpretations of the character.
Mm-hmm.
And this was one of them. And this interpretation just clicked for me on everything.
Yep. Well, even the whole magic glasses thing, they even addressed that when they did the flashback of him asking Sam for Lois's hand. Because he's like, you're not, come on, Clark. And he's like, you'd be surprised what a pair of glasses can do. And he made a little joke of it as he took the glasses off.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, you are Superman.
And I thought that was a neat little thing that they did at the end when he revealed himself. He stopped wearing the glasses.
Yep. Why bother?
He's like, why? And I was like, that's. He could have very easily kept being Clark with the glasses, but he was like, well, I'm already out in the open. like I said, it's just for some people that might have like been like, well, what's the point? It's like for me, it's like they're ending the show anyway.
Yeah.
Like I'm very positive that if this show would have gone like it was supposed to, that would have been a season 7 thing that happened. Or like the final episode or the final episode of season 6.
Hmm.
Something like that would have happened. So I asked Sean. So let me ask you, outside of Tyler and Michael, did you have a favorite actor character?
Two of them. Sam, I loved Sam. He started off as the rough, gruff military guy and ended up being the grandpa we all wish we had. And Tauro, when they became the Super Brothers, and just when they laid their eyes on that pendant and shattered it and all that was awesome seeing them work together. And I actually liked him as a person. He was kind of like a Superman Bond because he had the accent and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And him buying the twins the trucks without asking permission, and Superman's like, "Oh, this is great. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate that." But yeah, for sure. But I love Sam, and when he, I knew what he was doing, and the minute it happened, I got misty. It,
Yeah,
even though I knew it was coming, but
yeah, yeah.
and I also, I love Bizarro, but to me, that's still Tyler. So
Yeah. So I would have to go with John Henry. John Henry is just
Seal.
one. Yeah, yeah. Seal. Oh, I was trying to think of a clever name, but I couldn't think of it. Manatee. I don't know. Uh, it's always been a joke. How could you be fooled? Have you seen some people not wearing glasses? I mean, that's true. Because I used to wear contacts, and right now I can't see anything. But there's been times where I had gotten a haircut, wasn't wearing a hat, had my contacts in for once, and walked in, and people didn't recognize me at first. But I think it's one of those comic booky things where it's just the person you least suspect to be anything. Clark would be one. Here's the guy who gets overly excited buying a hat and getting a jacket to be his kid's assistant coach.
Well, and I think the whole glasses thing is probably what led them to have Christopher play Clark so stupid. Play him like a moron, like a dit, so it wouldn't just be the glasses. You'd have to look past this big bumbling oaf. And, it did help sell the glasses a little bit more. Because, if you got somebody who's constantly forgetting everything and constantly missing deadlines and constantly getting into trouble, you wouldn't think he's the guy that's saving everybody. But yeah, this show though, man, I'm so sad that it's over. Oh, and
Same.
another one of the cool things. Did you ever watch The Bionic Woman?
Yeah, not as much as the $6 million man, but yeah.
Well, whenever she used her super hearing, she'd flick her hair back, and you'd hear that. They did the same thing in Superman and Lois when they were using their hearing. It was that same they would play. And things like that like rang with me. It was like, oh man, that's just like the Bionic Woman's when she used her hearing. And what was really cool was the way they had Bizarro's had the freeze vision and breathe fire. That was
Yes.
so cool. When he
Yeah.
breathed fire like a dragon, that was badass.
Yes. 100%. I really dug that. The ice vision though. Ice vision was dope. I that whole
For
that whole
sure.
thing, man, I really enjoyed. Like I know for a lot of people it's like, but it's the same person. I said I'm like, yeah, but that shows the range. That shows the range because yeah, it's the same person playing that character, but he's so different from the character that he's playing. Like the main character that he's playing. Like when you go back to the Earth and you realize how much of a I'm a superhero. This is what I do. I'm famous and all, like the different attitude that he had. I was like, Tyler did a fantastic job letting you know that if he looked like he did on his Earth, and he wasn't speaking backwards when he got to ours, and just talked, you could set them side by side, and it'd be two completely different people to me.
Yeah.
But the two people that I really dug in the show was John Henry Irons. I loved it. That kinetic hammer. I love the hammer. I think that is so cool. I loved in the final episode that he finally got a cape.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for capes. I don't know what it is, but I loved having the red cape on that suit. And Kyle, honestly, Kyle really surprised me with the arc that he had throughout the show.
Really?
Like, Kyle ended up becoming, he obviously, to me, he was a person that bullied Clark when they were kids. But to go from the bully to the one that in the very second episode, I'm just like, man, I just do not like this guy, to just completely turning it around and basically being like one of Clark's really good friends. Because this is another show where we don't get Pete Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Ross was one of Clark's best friends growing up, and we got him in Smallville. It's weird how he was used in Man of Steel, because in Man of Steel, Pete felt like he was actually one of Clark's bullies, and then after Clark pushes the bus out of the lake or whatever, that's when him and Pete start becoming friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, you see that Pete owns or is the manager of the Denny's or something.
Right.
Because he shows up later in that. But yeah, Kyle ends up becoming, one of Clark's really good friends. And there's just something about that character arc throughout the whole thing. Like, yeah, I was mad at him when you found out he had cheated on Lana. And, he's just one of those characters I didn't expect to like as much as I did. But
well, they tried to make you hate him for as much as he was in Morgan Edge's back pocket and wouldn't listen to Lois and Clark, and they tried like crazy to make you hate him, and then the affair and all that. But yeah, in the end, when push came to shove, and I think it was kind of cool that they had him doing the CPR on Clark at the end to keep him alive long enough to get home to his boys who are all grown up.
Yes, and fun little fact. We'll definitely get to that last episode, but fun little fact about the last episode. The actor playing grown-up Jonathan Kent
Mm-hmm.
was an actor named David Guintoli, who is most known for playing I can't remember his name in the show, but he was in the show Grimm, which also starred Bitsy Tulloch as his girlfriend and wife. They're actually married.
Oh,
in real life. So her husband played a grown-up version of her son in the last episode of that show.
huh.
Which
Yeah,
I
I didn't
found
know that.
I found it kind of funny, but it was more like, so they were in Grimm, he was the star. Now he gets to be in the show where she was one of the stars. So I thought that was fun. A fun little thing. I thought it was kind of weird, but I was like, they're actors. It's whatever. I just thought that was a neat little Easter egg. Like, her husband plays her grown-up son. But see, then there was I really liked, like, these are just characters that I like now that weren't there for very long.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that they got Tom Cavanaugh, who has played so many versions of Harrison Wells and Eobard Thawne and in all the other CW shows. They got him to play Godfrey in here. Like, seeing him was like, okay, cool. That was almost as cool as in Supergirl when they would take people that were in Smallville, like Laura Vandervoort, who played Kara in Smallville, was like a Brainiac version on Supergirl. So, like, having these people who played other people on other superhero shows was always kind of fun. And I just realized that we were both wearing jerseys.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Spider-Man one.
It's the Wonder Woman to your Superman.
Close enough. Hi. I don't know why. I did like a quick read and I was like, I want it that way. And I was like, that's not what it says.
No, it's not what it
Tell
says
me
at all.
why.
Ain't nothing but a
Went by so
Heart.
fast. I know what the words are,
Oh, okay.
but
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing
that's him.
mistake.
That's the one that murdered my brother. Oh, forgot what we were doing for a second.
I never wanna hear you say.
Your sister's better than you are.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I had to answer the question.
Oh, wow.
You know what's funny? That could have gone different ways, but my brain went in the way of my sister was also in choir and I was in choir and it was a competition on who was the better singer.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Made
Too.
all state.
Yeah, I don't.
I
don't.
know that's not the way he wanted it to go.
That's what I meant. That's
Yeah,
totally
see?
what I meant was choir singing. Yes.
Nope says hello.
Hi. So it dropped 40 degrees in the time I was driving.
Yeah,
It dropped 40 degrees here.
it's 46 degrees.
Yeah, I know.
Tuesday, the high temperature here, 2.
The high temperature here is 17. Do you know how gross that is for here?
The low, -17.
That is disgusting.
Huh, that's hilarious.
The low here is 17 for Tuesday.
Well, ours is -17.
Nice. I need to hang out with
what am I
Milton's wife
missing?
sometime.
Girlfriend. I think
Girlfriend.
girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
I think
Is
girlfriend.
it girlfriend or wife?
I think it's girlfriend.
Nope. Is it girlfriend or wife?
It's girlfriend.
It's girlfriend?
Yeah.
Who am I thinking of then?
I don't know.
Am I thinking of Triple B?
Triple B's married.
Triple B's
Ed's
married.
married.
Ed's married.
Castle's married.
You're married.
I'm married.
I'm married.
You're married. To each other.
Ew! You're
Spoiler.
related. You can't marry a relative. That's disgusting.
Ugh. But yeah, it dropped a lot, and it's still dropping.
Super funny because we have been confused as brother and sister before. What's even funnier than that is there was a time many years ago, my sister and I went to take Christmas pictures for my parents,
Oh
Yeah.
God.
and it was weird because they were like, "Okay, now put your hand on his shoulder here, and you put your hand here."
On her waist.
And I was like, it's kind of weird. I mean, these are Christmas pictures for our mom. And she's like, did you say our mom? I said, yeah. She's like, I thought you were boyfriend and girlfriend. I was like, no, this is my little sister.
And it wasn't me.
I think I saw a video on the internet that started that way. But
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Trying to talk her into Comic Palooza?
Yes, come to Comic Palooza. I'll
come,
clean up the guest room for you. We can go see wrestling Friday night together. We can go to a big dinner Saturday night with the whole crew.
Yeah, Dan was in here earlier.
Oh, which Dan?
Dan Price.
Oh, okay. Dan's good people. I didn't realize he was that tall until we met in person.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fair.
Well, hon, when you're 3'9", everybody's a
Hey. I'm 5 whole feet tall, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I'm wearing Converse, I'm 5'1".
Ooh. And if you're
I
wearing
know.
Adidas, you're 3'7".
Jeez.
Right.
Nothing but love for you, Jenna. You know better.
Yeah, that might be my next goal is to try to get Jenna to watch Superman and Lois with me.
I never get to watch anything. I'm always working.
I know.
Speaking of working, I've actually got some emails I have to go do, so I can't stay too long.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
You go work.
I'm tired. I love you.
Time to
Love
put
you.
the women and children to bed and talk about some
Jeez.
So that last episode,
Oh my goodness, dude. Want to talk about wrecked? Just wrecked. For like I said, my only issue is that the Doomsday fight was like, or actually, the Doomsday fight was a carryover from the previous episode. So
yeah, but it was so obvious what he should have done in the first place, and that's what he ended up doing.
yeah,
I mean, but again, I think they just had to rush it. When I first watched it, I was angry, and because you remember, I told you my theories on how they were going to make him be Superman again, and have him either join with Bizarro to create the Superman, or fix his heart or whatever.
yeah,
But then after watching that last episode and hearing him give the epilogue and seeing his soul leave and say goodbye to everybody and even forgive Luther, I never really thought about it before. But the Superman that I know would outlive everybody and have to watch everybody die.
hmm
Whereas that this Superman got to be with his family again at the end instead of living 1,000 years alone or whatever.
yeah,
So in the end, I actually took some solace from that, and I was like, he deserves that. For as good a dad as he was, he deserves to be able to have that, and to forgive Luther. That was pretty. That was a cool scene.
yeah. And the fact that it comes full circle, if you think about it, because we start the series off with Ma Kent dying at the end of the episode,
Mm-hmm.
and we end the series with Clark
Yep.
dying at the end of the episode.
Yep.
And the fact that he starts out with that, it's like, what was the time jump was like 1 year later or something after the fight,
Something. Something.
and he starts out, he has that, the first time I died, I saw nothing but black, and then he's like, the second time I died, and then we have the story, and then you have the almost died on the street, uh, on the same street his dad died on.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, as somebody who has been watching this stuff since the 2000s, when we first had Smallville, it was always like, it was kind of a sweet, bittersweet kind of thing, that the CW stuff was back when it was Warner Brothers, and then they turned it to WB and all that stuff. It started with a Superman show about Clark becoming Superman, and now it ends on the CW with a story about Superman, but he ends with Clark.
Yep.
So to me, that was very poetic. Um, Again, the only thing I would have changed is it being a 2 hour kind of thing, because trying to cram all that they were trying to do in that hour, it did feel very rushed. Of course, if I had my way, we'd still be talking about, oh, can't wait for season 5 and beyond.
Right.
But there's
Michael
there's
Cudlett's Luther deserved more than
yeah,
a season, and well, it wasn't even a season. It was 10 episodes in the last couple of season 3.
yeah,
Cause he nailed it, man.
yeah,
Everything that I've heard Dan Wickline bitch about Luther, he fixed. Cudlett's was the maniacal, bloodthirsty, crazy ass person that Dan always wanted, instead of, like he always puts it, a real estate mogul of
yeah,
wanting to have real estate.
yeah. This
And
guy was definitely not into the real estate stuff. He was
oh,
he was all about revenge.
and some more of the little things that I caught that made me smile was when Lex was going into training because he got pissed because of his daughter, and he opened his cassette case, I looked in that cassette case. I'm like, oh my god, that's my cassette case. And then he put in oh dang it. Oh, I have that CD, and when he put it in, I knew exactly who it was. But anyway, I had all of those tapes. He was a metalhead, and it just fit his riff so good. And it was just like, wow, that's gonna bother me now.
Yeah, no, even one. Yeah, I gotta agree. Even one more season, but there's also that feeling of, but if they gave me one more season, I'd probably be wanting one more season when it got to the end of it. Like that's how good the show is. Uh, I think that overall, even with the rushed part of season 4, I think this is a solid. I enjoy the entire series. Like it's
Out of
solid.
10, rate it 1 to 10.
If I had to rate it, this would definitely be a high, like 8.75. They only lose points because of the rushness of the fourth season, but in a season that was rushed to make sure they were basically out in time, they could have done a lot worse than what they did.
Hmm.
Plus the final 10-15 minutes of that episode, for me, just it makes it um and for me, it ended on a high note. Like, if they had to end it, if they were told, hey, you only get 10 episodes to do this, I think they did it. I think they did it as well as they could, given what they were given.
Hmm.
So 8.75 for me. We got Nope in there with an 8 out of 10, which is very respectable. How about you? What would you say?
Well, as somebody who's never really been super big into Superman, no pun intended, for me to like it as much as I do now, how can I not give it a 10? The only way I can't is because I really think they miscast Lois. She was the one downside for me. She reminded me so much of William Shatner. She overemphasized everything, and everything about her was negative. The whole show to me was kind of like family and hope, like you want with Superman. But she was always dark and sad and angry and just scowling. And Lois, if you recast Lois, I probably would give it a 10. But she just wasn't Lois for me. And I don't know how to explain it any better than I have. It's just, she just overacted a lot and made where everyone else, it just seemed casual, like they were talking like it was real people. Like Clark, when Clark and Sam were talking, it sounded like a conversation. And then Lois would jump in and say, but you have to understand, and she would just take it to this. It's like, calm down and just talk. But other than the score, the music, 10. I loved everybody's little theme song. I loved it. The kudos that they pass back and the little Easter eggs that I caught. I mean, I'm not a real big super guy, and I caught a lot of the Easter eggs. That gives it a 10. The casting, I think they casted everyone wonderfully other than Lois. I I wouldn't want anyone else replaced. I think they all did great. I even liked the new Jonathan. And at first I didn't think I was going to, because usually when a show does that, they lose a little cred with me. It's like, but he made a lot more sense. He looked like a football player.
Yeah.
And whereas the other guy seemed more like a hippie, whiny kind of wannabe, whatever. But I still liked him. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. And he made a badass when he put the leather on and came from Bizarro World.
Yeah.
He was pretty cool then. But I don't think there's too much about this show I would change other than it was cut off. And this is the second series that has done that for me. Because Star Trek Enterprise,
Oh yeah.
I loved that show. I have never really been a super big Star Trek guy, just like with Superman. But Star Trek Enterprise touched me and it got into my heart, man. And I loved that show. And they got cut short on season 4. And then their season or series finale was just horrible. And this one was kind of the same way, other than the finale wasn't horrible. It was just rushed.
Hmm.
And no matter how much I think about it and overthink about it, there's just some things that I think Dan would identify, like you mentioned, messy writing, like the heart thing and the sun thing with Bizarro. And when Superman went to the sun, even after he had Sam's heart and he pushed Bizarro into the sun, you saw him instantly start healing and he got his hearing back and he started getting like really strong again. It's like, yeah, you should have done that in the first place, was get him up to the sun. But I'll give the show a 9.5 just because of Lois. Otherwise, how can I not give it a 10? It made a non-Superman dude love Superman again, and I haven't been able to say that since George.
That's that is
So, and
that is
my wife cried. How can I not? And she don't give a flying sickle in the wind about comic books. Never has. She always gives me that weird look, like, how can you read that stuff? And she got hooked.
awesome.
And there's even some of the MCU movies that she hasn't watched because she didn't have any interest in them other than the main ones. But so for her to get hooked, yeah, it was a good show. And he will always be my best Clark. I could see him as a dad. He he played the dad part really good. And when he was defending his family in the diner, oh, such a good scene. And I loved what, damn, Clark.
Yeah.
Or Kent. Damn,
Damn,
Kent.
Kent. Yeah.
So what was your most badass moment of the series? What do you think was your most, wow, this is just badass?
Well, before I get to that, I want to
Okay.
answer Nope real fast.
Oh, I didn't know he was asking questions. Sorry.
Was she too old compared to Tyler? She
She is
is.
in Lois.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to say no, and the reason I'm gonna say no is that she is 43 and Tyler Hecklin is 37.
She's
Keeping
too
up
old.
with, well, yeah, but then I think about I'm going to be 43 this year and Jenna's 35. So, not too old in my book. There I will say this though. There was a part of me that was like too old in the sense of as Lois being with that Clark. I felt that maybe they should have gone with a different actress age-wise that way. But for me, she was fine. Definitely not my favorite.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
Did you feel chemistry between her and Tyler? Because I did not. When they were together, I didn't feel any chemistry. It all seemed like hyper anger, anxious anxiety, something's going bad. I didn't see like the love in the eyes. Now Clark showed it, but from her, I never really saw that.
See, and
You know how
I'm gonna
like with
yeah
Neely and Reacher, they have that chemistry.
yeah
That was missing for me with
I'm
Superman.
gonna agree with you on that. Uh, yeah, nope. I couldn't believe that either. To be honest with you, um, I'm gonna agree with you on that because Tyler's from Tyler's side and Clark's side, yeah, you could totally believe that he is head over heels in love with this woman, worships the ground she walks on. for me, it's not until that final episode when they meet again that I ever really got that same feeling from her. Like
You
until
mean you mean when he died?
yeah,
But even then, she had like a snarky look on her face, like "Look at me." I I don't know. It might just be her mannerisms, but there was just something about her
yeah.
that
I mean,
it it just didn't click with me. But everything else was a home run. I mean, from the score to the even the plots, they took a lot of leeway. And like I've said before, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan.
mhm,
And the movies, they don't follow the books. I mean, they do to a point, but I can let that go. And all of the stuff that this series did that was inconsistent with other versions of Superman made sense for this series.
yeah,
And they made it work very well. If you would
mhm,
have told me before I watched the series that they were going to turn Bizarro into into the, I'd be like, "What?" And
yeah,
I probably wouldn't have watched it. So I'm glad you didn't.
yeah,
But they made it work.
mhm,
And I like how at the end he became Bizarro again and put his hand up and he was like, "Come on, just let's get this over with."
yeah,
That I'm glad they did that because that Bizarro wasn't evil. He was put in a bad situation by bad people.
mhm,
So it was kind of nice to see him have his comeuppance.
yeah. I was kind of hoping that your original theory about Bizarro giving Clark his heart,
Yeah,
I kind of wish that would have happened. But then again, there's a reason they had to have it be Sam's heart or a human heart.
so he
That
could
way,
die.
so he could die.
Yep.
And again, I never thought I would love a series about Superman that's in the end it ends with his death and not in a Superman versus Doomsday, he was killed that way, but died peacefully in his
Hmm.
sleep with his sons right next to him.
Yep. And out of respect for Superman and Lois, I think it's time that, I bared myself to the world and I took off the disguise. And
Oh my god. It was Ed the whole time.
Oh my
I'm
god!
really Ed Weird.
Are
I'm
you
not
sure
Clark
that's
Kent.
weird? I don't believe it. I think it's Superman.
For a while there, after a while, looking at that spit curl for so long, if you're just like not really paying attention to it, and then he took it off, I was like, wait, Edward, where'd your hair go?
I have been shaving my head since I
No.
was like 22. And you can thank Halloween props for the glasses and the hair.
That
and
was
and
so good,
the
man.
cape that was extremely hot to wear.
Well, yes. Yeah, no, it really did. It gave you closure.
What part?
Just it gave the show as a whole gave you closure where
Oh,
most other shows don't.
yeah, for sure. I agree.
Now, when it comes to badass moments, I have oh my god, for me there's so many. There's so many.
Pick one. Just pick one. What's your badass moment?
It's it's got to go back to when he gets thrown into the sun.
Mm,
Like it just it has to like just that sheer energy where I was like, if there was people who just couldn't believe that Tyler could pull off Superman, this is all you had to watch was this scene of him and all that power just landing on that planet, just screaming and all the just oh that part to me was just like I've watched that slow mo part so many times. I went and I grabbed that picture as soon as I saw it, and I was like, this guy has just cemented me to me is like this. I love Henry Cavill, but this guy, this is my Superman for now. This is the dude for me. And I'm really hoping, you know, I'm really hoping that Corn Sweat is even remotely close. Like,
Don't put him up too high on a pedestal. But
eh,
it's going to be rough to do better. But everybody's different because you and I like Brandon Routh, and he gets nothing but naysays from everybody. And I loved that movie, and I didn't mind Kevin Spacey as Lex. And when Dan says, "Well, all he did was play the same thing that Gene
he,
Hackman did,"
he
well,
was different enough.
but he was supposed to. It was the same universe.
It,
So
it,
why would Lex change?
it was, but I still think Spacey did just enough different to put his Lex apart from Gene Hackman's.
Hmm.
I understand that it's supposed to be the same, but
Hmm.
there Kevin had his own spin on it that I appreciated, just like Brandon had his own. It, the whole thing gets kind of weird because it's almost like Hayden Christensen, like that situation all over again. Everybody hated his Anakin Skywalker in the trilogy. They hated him. Now they remember, oh, he's actually, we actually kind of like him. And there's a lot of people now that just they love him. They want him to come back. They were, just ecstatic to see him again. And people did the same thing to Brandon.
Hmm.
Years later, people talk about, oh well, Brandon actually wasn't that bad. Kind of a weak script, but as a lifelong Superman fan, I've always heard from everybody how boring of a character Superman was. And
The,
their problem with Brandon Routh Superman was there wasn't enough action and he was too much like Christopher Reeve. Well, we get to Henry Cavill and all of a sudden there's too much action and he's not enough like Christopher Reeve. So it's really hard to gauge people. Like 15, 20 years from now, you're going to have people still talking about Cavill, and if they didn't appreciate him then, they'll appreciate him later. But same thing like, David Cornsweet. 40 years from now, when he's already handed the role off to somebody else, you're going to get people saying, the new guy is okay, but he's not David Cornsweet. I mean,
mhm.
Superman is going to outlast us all. Like, that's just how it is. And I
Yep.
thought Brandon, given the story he was given, but it's just like Cavill. Henry wanted to play the Superman that everybody wanted him to play. He wanted to play that. But the writing wasn't there. And, he's not in charge of the writing. But the same thing with Brandon. Brandon's Superman movie, while a lot of us really enjoyed it, really like it, it didn't hit with everyone. That's why we never got him in another Superman movie. It was supposed to be what was going to start off the DCEU or whatever. It was supposed to be Green Arrow. They were going to do a Supermax movie with Green Arrow that was going to tie into Superman Returns, and they were going to do. Yeah, exactly. He is still Brandon Routh is still Superman as Ray Palmer. He's so recognizable. I saw him in Scott Pilgrim, and I was like, hey, look, it's Superman. Like he's always going to be. And then, of course, in the crossover when they made him Kingdom Come Superman, that just cemented it. He got that great little scene where he flies off, just like Christopher Reeve did in the first movie. Like I said, it's
Superman Returns has a soft spot in my heart because that entire movie is almost exactly like a 3-set Viewmaster reel that I have of Superman from when I was a kid, that it was a cartoon where he hits lightning off his chest and he saves an airplane and he helps it land in a baseball. And it was like watching my Viewmaster come to life. And I was amazed at the resemblance between him and Christopher Reeve. I'm like, I could believe that that was the Superman from Superman 2 that flew away for. I don't know that they explained very well why he was gone so long. I think that might have been one of the problems with the movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but did they ever really address where did he go and why did he leave?
He had heard that there was a part of Krypton still out there.
Okay.
So he went to go see, because I think what they were going to eventually do, based on him looking for remnants of Krypton, they were eventually going to pull Supergirl into this movie. And it, like, if they would have been a Superman 2, I totally think they were going to go with a Supergirl, because I think,
Interesting.
you know, in her story, depends. Like, a lot of people don't remember that in some stories, Supergirl is a shape shifting alien.
Hmm.
In other stories, she survived on a chunk of Krypton, or she came from Kandor. I think was the Helen Slater movie. I think that's what she was. She was from Kandor in that one.
That was the other thing when they
Mm-hmm.
were looking in the oh god, what's it called that where Superman goes? Fortress.
Mm-hmm.
When they were in the fortress and he was showing his kids, they showed a city in a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And that immediately made me think of Kandor.
Yep.
And another my favorite Clark scene out of everything aside from the diner. I'm not counting the diner because as a dad, that's the way it should be. Because if somebody would have messed with my kid, they'd have been on the. But anyway, is the it's either the last episode or the second to the last episode in season 4 when he wants to train the boys himself instead of having them fight against holograms,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, "Come and hit me if you can." And they come flying at him full speed, and it shows him pop the dad grin, like
Yeah.
every dad gets when he's about to teach his sons that you ain't quite what you think you are yet. I
Yeah.
love that scene. I loved the look on Clark's face. And that was a great moment for me is when he was training with his kids just before Bizarro showed up again.
I love how he gets so excited. That's the thing about his Clark that really gets me, is the excitedness. Like the first time he pulls Jordan down into the cellar and has him punch the log,
Yes.
and he didn't get it quite at first. He's like, "Ooh, okay, ow, okay." You gotta focus, follow through. And when he did it, he's so excited that he did it. He's so proud. Like, I
Hmm.
love the details to his Clark. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
people who have already watched the series, go back and just watch Clark's face sometimes
Oh
when
yeah.
either he says something or people around him say something. Like, he's so good.
And how proud he was when Jonathan was able to take the ice cave and he knew what he meant by the Kessel Run.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yes, yes, because he's like, well, maybe I can do it under 12 parsecs. And he,
Yes.
because Jordan had no idea what the hell. He's like, what's a Kessel Run? And you could see Superman go like, damn. But Jonathan knew what he was talking about. And just little things like that were so cool. And they talked about other shows. They dropped little hints like Star Wars and stuff. And it was just fun. It was a fun show.
Yeah,
And
I like how
I'm
they had to update him. They had to update him talking about, yeah, I don't want to talk about my Soul Asylum days, or when he broke up with his
oh
first
yeah,
girlfriend.
yeah,
He
yeah.
crawled into a hole of Ario's Speedwagon.
Yeah, Speedwagon, it's not what you think, Jordan. Yep, yep. And there was another spot, and as a horror fan, it was an homage to Freddy versus Jason. And it's my favorite part of that movie. I love Freddy versus Jason. If you've never seen it, please watch it, even if you're not a horror fan. It's great. But Freddy is just like stabbing the hell out of Jason with his blades and just beating him. And he's, why won't you die? And Luther says that exact same thing to Superman when they're fighting in the suit. Why
Yep.
won't you die? And I just started laughing up because I saw Freddy Krueger fighting Jason.
Yes.
I was like, that was word for word right out of that movie. Why won't you die?
And yeah, nope. Brandon's so good, man. Like I loved him in Scott Pilgrim. I know he did what is that? Man, there's a DC. It's a comic book character, but I can't remember the freaking name off the top of my head now. Dylan Dog. I think it's Dylan Dog. But and he was the bad guy in Chuck. He was Agent Shaw in Chuck, and if y'all have never watched Chuck, I love Chuck.
What is
Zachary
Chuck?
Zachary Levi.
I don't know what Chuck is.
It's what Zachary Levi is kind of known for. So it's basically a show where a guy that works at a
Okay.
tech place.
Who is Zachary Levi?
You don't know who Zachary Levi is?
Not by that name. Who is he?
Shazam.
Oh, okay. Yep. I know
Okay.
him.
He works. It's part of the nerd herd at a place called By and Large. Well, he has a roommate played by Matthew Bomber, who's a spy. They're old college roommates, and he has this thing called the Intersect. And basically, this is basically a human-like computer. He sends the email to Chuck. Chuck looks at the email, and it downloads into his brain. And it's basically, you want to learn, if he wants to learn something, it can pull it up, and he automatically knows it. Like Kung Fu, he can, kind of like the Matrix, where it gets uploaded with like I know Kung Fu, which is something he says. It's a show that he basically ends up becoming a spy, but he's got like a handler. Let's see, it's which yeah, Yvonne. Oh my god, I can't remember her name now.
And it's just called Chuck.
Yeah, it's called Chuck.
Huh.
Yvonne Strahovski. She was also in oh my goodness, what is that freaking show with the Handmaid's Tale? She's in the Handmaid's Tale. She was in the Tomorrow War, that Chris Pratt Amazon movie.
Never seen it.
But yeah, Chuck was a show that was in constant fear of being canceled, but the fan base was so rabid about it that it lasted for like five. It was only 5 seasons, but it was kind of like that show that almost every season you didn't know if they were going to get another one. Like they rallied and got Subway to sponsor a season one time. Like it was a great show. Like it had yeah, come on. Where's it at? Because it had, always forget his name, Adam Baldwin. Had Adam Baldwin in it.
Brothers.
No, apparently he's not a Baldwin. He's not related to them.
Okay, that's news to me.
That's, trust me, the same. It's like no relation.
What are the odds?
Yeah. I know. I do for years. I was like, it's the Baldwin they never really talk about. And somebody's like, he's not part of that family. It's like, really? That's interesting. And I had to look it up, and
I did a quick Google, and it says, yes, Adam Baldwin is a distant relative to Alec Baldwin and his brothers. Both share a common Baldwin not ancestry that dates back to the 1600s. But yeah, they're not in the family. I always assumed that they were all together and he was adopted or something because he didn't look like any of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was also Jane, and yeah, he was Jane in Firefly.
God, I forgot about that.
Yes, it is a little cheesy, but man, it's a fun show. It's a fun show. It's not
It's a
quite Spies Like Us, but has that kind of vibe where it's like an accidental spy because he has this thing called the intersect downloaded in his brain, and they got to find a way to get it out.
And you're talking about Chuck again?
Yeah,
Okay. Interesting.
yeah. I said it's a fun show, but I don't even know how I got on the Chuck.
I don't know either. You jumped on the Chuck wagon after Superman somehow. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, because Brandon Routh is in it for a season.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's how. And man, his character in that is it's crazy. But yeah,
So
never
can
get a
we
chance
do
to watch Chuck. Yeah,
can we do some Superman comparisons?
sure.
You up for that?
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of like give you my thoughts and then you can give me your thoughts.
okay.
Biggest badass Superman, in my opinion, is by far Cavill. And it's for the one scene in Justice League where he's got Batman by the throat. And it's also the scene from the Snyderverse where the axe hits him and he's like not impressed. And he just freezes it, smashes
Yeah.
it, and then kicks the guy 800 yards into the.
Yes.
So by far, Cavill is the biggest badass Superman. The Superman that I think of when I think of Superman, it's always going to be George. I love George Reeves. The Superman I'm now going to think of when I think about Clark, Tyler. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. As far as TV shows go, I loved Lois and Clark. I just hated how they ended it on a cliffhanger because it got canceled or whatever. But Superman and Lois, much, much better. I would put it, oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I would put this like right here with Adventures of Superman. And I never
Ooh,
thought I would say that ever.
that's some high damn praise right there.
I'm telling you, yeah. For me to get this hooked on this show so fast and to watch my wife react to this show, that's something special because I haven't ever been able to get that with her before on a superhero show. So who's your most badass Superman?
Oh, dude, I have to go with Cavill. You took the scene right out of my mouth, man. But I'm gonna add one more to it. So
Okay.
first of all, I like the Justice League, the regular cut. I know that there were things in that cut that I wished would have been in the Snyder cut. I happen to like the Snyder cut a little bit more, but I will take the not impressed scene over the is this guy still bothering you scene, even though I did like that line in the movie. Because there's something so cold, pun very intended, about him. You really think that Cyborg's about to bite it. You really do. And then he just, boom, that axe hits him, not impressed. He barely blows on it, and then he just smashes it. Now, the coolest part about that is, yeah, he could have punched him. No, he Spartan kicks this dude. I love that part. That part's awesome. The other one that really gets me though in that movie has got to be when they're all trying to come at him and he's like holding two of them by their neck and holding this one up here and
And he
you
sees
know
Flash.
Flash is like, okay, I'm gonna do my whatever
Yeah,
run,
my slow mo super fast.
and he's like staring at Superman, and in real time Superman just goes like his eyes just flick over to him. I was like, bro, that's. And then he swats at him, yeah. But that whole scene leading up to that, where it's just like Flash is getting a little too overconfident about what he's doing, and then Superman's eyes just flick towards him.
The look of horror on Flash's face when he realizes, oh my God, he can see me.
Yes,
That's priceless.
yes. So
I
for
also
me,
love that. I also love that look of horror on Cyborg's face when he realizes that his defense
yeah,
mechanism is going to shoot Superman, and that's not going to be good. I
yeah,
can't stop it. I can't
yeah.
stop it.
I love like that, and there's even in the first movie, like so the first movie we were going to see it like a day after it had come out in theaters, but I had gotten a trailer or a clip or something I saw on YouTube, and it's a scene where uh, Zod is like threatening Martha, and then out of nowhere, Superman just boom flies right into him. They're going through the field, and he's punching him, and he's like, "You think you can threaten my mother?" And I was like, "Okay, we gotta go see this movie today." That was one of my favorite scenes in Man of Steel, was him just beating the brakes off of Zod. Like
Nice.
I was, like I said, my issues with BVS, other than the Ultimate Cut, I think was a better version of that movie. There are just parts
I
of that
don't think
movie
I
that,
saw that.
yeah, the Ultimate version has like people were like, how couldn't he see through the wheelchair? Well, you find out in the Ultimate version, the wheelchair was lined with lead.
Mm,
There's a whole nother character in the movie played by Jenna Malone. I can't remember what the character's name was off the top of my head.
really?
Yeah, she's like a forensic scientist that talks to them about the chair and everything. There's little things that there are people that didn't, if you didn't like BVS, watch the Ultimate version, the Ultimate Cut, whatever it's called, and it explains things more. But it still has, like, the biggest issue for me is always going to be the Martha scene. I agree wholeheartedly with everybody on that scene. Just like in Man of Steel, I can get over him with Zod. I can get over that part. The part that I cannot get over, the part that I cannot forgive about that movie, as much as I love it, is Paul Kent.
The tornado?
Yes, if you're going to, if you got to do something to Paul, if you're deciding we're going to go the route where Paul doesn't survive, it can't be something Clark can stop. It
Yeah.
has to be a heart attack. It has to be what I am kind of calling in this movie. In the movie, I think Paul gets some disease because it's either that or they're going to kill off Ma Kent first. That's
Hmm.
one. That's one of my two predictions. Either Ma Kent's the one who dies first, or
So you're talking about the corn sweat.
yeah, for that part, or Paul's telling him that he's got some kind of disease because anything that is man-made or weather or anything like that, Clark's going to do whatever he can. He doesn't care if his dad tells him no, which his dad wouldn't tell
Right.
him no. He's going to save his father no matter what. You have to give Clark something that even he can't defeat, and he can't defeat diseases.
Not in
So if
other people, no. No.
no, no. So
That's why
that
the
was
whole
the
cancer
issue.
thing was so deep in
Yeah.
Lois and Clark, yeah.
So for me, that's the part of Man of Steel that I didn't like. I was like, for one, Jonathan Kent is not going to tell his son not to help people. For one thing,
Mhm.
he's just not. I love Kevin Costner. I do. I think I actually liked him as Paul Kent, but there were just things that were done in that movie. Um, if you were going to kill him off, it should have just been a heart attack or disease. Like trying to do this whole thing with a tornado, he can move faster than people can blink. He could have gotten Paul Kent, ran back, nobody would even noticed. So, getting back to your original question, because we did my badass moments. My badass Superman is going to be Cavill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think what the rest of the question was now.
When you think Superman, who do you
Oh,
think of now?
well, I think
What quintessential, and I don't mean, not like sentimental, but when you think Superman from the comics, which one have you seen so far that is your Superman?
I think mine's always going to be like it's always going to be Christopher Reeve.
Really? Because he's
It just,
nothing like the comic.
I don't know. I just
Just because it's the first one you saw?
I think that's what it is, because that's what started my love for comics and Superman in general was Christopher Reeve.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because seeing in the comic book, there's a lot of characters, a lot of folks that have played Superman that if we're basing it off of a comic, just because Corn Sweat is tall doesn't make him a Superman.
Mm-mm.
Body wise, most art styles, unless they're going directly for, hey, we're going to do Christopher Reeve in a comic, which they've done that plenty of times, then it would be Cavill, because Cavill body wise is how Superman is usually drawn in the comics.
Okay.
But looks wise, sure, it would be Henry Cavill, but how they act, for me, it would be Christopher Reeve Superman.
And Clark.
Clark, man. Clark and my favorite Superman, not going off a comic, but favorite Superman, it's gone to Tyler.
Yep.
There's
Same
just some things that Tyler has done with both of those characters that it feels like they haven't been brought together like that in a long time.
Okay,
Because
so now I compared Tyler with George. How
Mhm.
do you compare with your Christopher?
see, the thing is though, since that was a movie, I had to base this off a show, because I was thinking about this in my head while you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
So mine would be Smallville.
Never seen that.
So if I had to compare the two shows, this is kind of, and it's new and it's fresh, so that's the one I'm going to pick, because again, like I said, Erica Durance is still my favorite Lois Lane. But
And she's from Smallville?
yeah, she played Lois Lane on Smallville. They're razor thin, but it's Superman and Lois on top. There's just
Same.
Smallville had a problem that it lasted 10 seasons. There were some not so strong episodes in those seasons, but you had to watch every episode, because I've said this before, you could watch something in season 1 episode 6 that wouldn't pay off until season 10 episode 2. They'd plant something in all the seasons, just randomly placed, that would pay off later seasons. So although some of the seasons are kind of weak in certain areas, yeah, I think you would too. If you like Superman and Lois, you'd like Smallville. You wouldn't. I don't think you'd fall in love with Smallville as much as Superman and Lois, because this is Clark's journey to becoming Superman. But there's some interesting stuff that they do in that show. Like, that's the first time I knew about 3 types of kryptonite before that show. I knew green, red, and it was either blue or yellow. I think it might have been blue.
Yeah, there's no way in heck I'm ever going to find time to watch 10 seasons of a show, though.
Yeah, no, I trust me, I get you.
I mean, it's hard enough trying just to binge. Because now, were those seasons 20 episode seasons? Because back in the 80s and 90s, shows used to be 20 episode seasons.
Oh goodness,
So if it is, I mean, good God, you're talking 200 episodes. There's no way. Because this shorter season stuff started after that writer's strike. Because even House MD was 23 shows a season. And then all of a sudden the standard became like 8 or 10.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at most of these. Most of these seasons are 21 to 22
Yeah,
episodes.
there's no way. I'll never have time to do that. But my big thing is I don't think I could watch 10 seasons of a show and never see Superman.
Yeah,
Because that's what I watch the show for. As much as I love Clark, I want to see that suit. I want to see him kicking bad guy ass, and he never wore that in that show, right?
nope. The closest you get to anything like that happening is he first wears this like black trench coat kind of thing, and then he switches to like a red zip up jacket that has the emblem on it. Um, but there are so many different things. Like when we were talking about the mortality, is that the right word? Mortality of Clark and how he
Yeah,
dies.
yeah.
How he dies in Superman and Lois. There's an episode, 215 episodes, 43 to 45 minutes each. Rosenbaum is a top tier Luthor, but it's so strange to me that Cudlitz, even the small amount that we've seen Cudlitz, they're on the same level for me. Like I can't say that Cudlitz really beats Rosenbaum. That's only because I was there to see Rosenbaum go from an okay person to the villainous Lex. So, but anyway,
Two,
talking about the
215 episodes at 45 minutes. I'm going to have to quote your name. Nope. That's just not going to happen.
there's an episode with a lady who she or a kid that can touch you and see when you die, and he happens to grab a hold of like Clark's shoulder or Clark grabs him, one of the two, and the only thing you see is a cape, like you're behind, cape flapping in the wind with an S symbol on it. And the kid basically says, I can see when other people die, but you seem to like just go on forever. So in that version of Superman and Smallville, that's a version of Clark that never dies.
But see, now, if you think about that, as awesome as that is, how sad of a life would that be?
Oh yeah.
To like never age, never die, and watch all your friends. Not to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but you know what my life's been like the last 4 years. And to think of that being the rest of my life forever, oh God, that's just brutal. That's why the way they did this, it actually touched me because he got to die and to move on instead of being stuck watching everybody he cares for dies. Because no matter how much Supermaning he does, he can't stop their aging. He can't
Yeah,
stop their diseases.
exactly.
And you brought this up with the
Hmm.
with Costner and the tornado.
Hmm.
When that episode came on with Superman and Lois, my first thought was John. Like, John, here you go. Here's your tornado episode you were talking about. The one that drove us crazy trying to find the comic. As soon
Yeah.
as that tornado popped. Oh, and as a certified storm spotter for the last 41 years, it's the first time I've ever seen a tornado without a thunderstorm or rain. It just came down in the Superman and Lois.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere, there's like, well, that's a tornado. And then the siren went off. I'm like, wait a minute, time out. But sorry.
Wonder if he would use the fortress to figure out how to clone or make Lois immortal. I mean,
Nope, there's a reason why in your vows you say till death do us part. You don't want it to be a lifelong sentence.
Hydra Song does not endorse or condone some of the things said by Ed.
Anything that comes out of Edward's mouth, just throw it out. Oh, can you tell that my wife's sleeping?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said that. I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, there's like I said, there's so many things. I would tell you, even if you don't really enjoy, like if you go back and watch Supergirl and you end up not liking it, at least try and find the episodes with Clark in them.
Mhm.
Because he doesn't have the 5 o'clock shadow in that universe. Like he is clean shaven. He's kind of a smartass too. Like it's kind of, but it's still a really good character. Like he's still a really good Clark and a really good Superman. Like I said, it was a me not exactly being a fan of his work, but not thinking he was a bad actor or anything. But he really did, like that first couple episodes I saw him in. Outside of me not liking the suit, he won me over. Like in the very first time I see him with when he's not even Superman yet. The first time we see him, he's Clark, and he won me over with the acting.
Mhm. Well,
Now we're quoting Meatloaf in the chat.
yeah, I saw that. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. I'm not making my wife immortal. No, 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 no. Oh, that was another thing that was in one of the earlier episodes when Sam was still with the DOD is and it was a fan trope of people who have always made fun of Superman because they can't just let things go and enjoy a comic. When Superman says, "What I want to know is where do these people keep getting all this kryptonite?" Because what Superman fan hasn't said that at least once when you're reading? It seems like
Yeah.
after it was introduced, a few years later, it seemed like every one of Superman's villains had something kryptonite because it was the only way that they were a threat to him.
Yep.
And you were always like, "Where's all this kryptonite coming from?" And Clark actually says that. Well, Superman actually says that to Sam. He's like, "Where
Mm-hmm.
does this kryptonite keep coming from?"
Then you find out they have it. They have most of it.
Oopsie.
Yeah, and it just there are times in that show where he's trying to teach his son's lessons, but he also has to keep himself in check because that episode when Tag takes takes Sarah and they're
Mhm.
in Metropolis and Clark is trying to help him
Oh
and the DOD
yeah.
show up and they're shooting and he jumps in front of Tag and that one dude has the kryptonite bullets and he gets so freaking mad where he like pulls that thing out, throws them, fire eyes him, and then super speeds up to the dude. His eyes are still like that, which I always thought that was a cool thing they kept from Man of Steel
Mhm.
because in all the other stuff, you never really saw like the rest of what happens when that happens. Like other times, it's just you see the little beams and that's it.
Mhm.
I love the fact that they kept that where it looks like it's a painful thing to do, honestly.
That
Um,
what you're talking about right now was my badass moment of the show. That's what I was gonna bring up. He gets right
damn
in his face, "Stand down!" with his eyes red, and the guy's like, "Okay, I understand."
I
"Please don't
know.
kill me, Superman."
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love that. And again, he was protecting a kid.
Yep.
I mean, that's the dad. That's Clark.
And
Good stuff.
that always goes back to my why I love Superman so much. Here's a dude that at any moment could just take over. There's other than what the rocks, all he's got to do is destroy all that. I don't think they ever pulled a magic person into the show because that's the other thing he's weak to is magic. But he has all this power. He could have lost his temper, but he kept his temper in check. He has all this power and he has to remind himself, this is basically a what would my parents think kind of situation. His parents helped mold him into being a good person. It's not about being an alien from another planet. In his mind, yeah, he's from another planet, but he is as human as the rest of us.
So what you're saying is,
Mhm.
with great power comes great responsibility.
Exactly. Spider-Man is the one who gives the lesson. Uncle Ben has the lesson for all.
By the way,
Yes.
they pulled the trigger early. TikTok went down at 10 p.m. rather than tomorrow.
Oh
On
wow.
Monday. It was supposed to go down Monday. They already pulled it. And it even, when you try to open it, it says, "We're sorry, the U.S. government banned us."
That's crazy. That's like trying to visit a certain hub in Texas.
There are men talking. I didn't hear an "excuse me, sir" or anything. Just
Oh,
Oh,
Ed.
you peasants, you weak little peasants, I have words to say.
I thought for
Wow.
sure she was gonna fly around that corner and give me that
Ed
look.
said that with so much confidence.
He said that with his whole chest.
You know his wife's asleep.
You weak little peasants.
That was
Anyways, I'm about to leave for food.
I'm the
good.
man of this house when she's not home. You ever
Yeah.
heard that song? Have you ever heard
Exactly.
that
What's funny
song?
is, Han's the man of this house when I'm not home.
That's true.
Who?
He sleeps.
Who?
The pup.
Oh. So
His wife.
Jenna's the man when she's home?
Oh yeah, 100%. I got, you know,
Who's the one that works on the like plumbing when it goes out? Yo.
well, you also don't like other people working on stuff.
Because you don't know what you're doing.
So,
You
yeah.
don't know what you're doing. You're the
Wow.
love of my life. But I did that for 6 years as a job.
Yeah.
That was my job for 6 years, was plumbing on new houses.
Yeah.
I was officially an apprentice
It's
plumber.
just, I know, but it's just easier to let you do it.
That's true. Who moves the furniture? Me.
Well, you're the one that has to move the furniture. Things can't stay in the same place for more than like a month.
How long has our living room been that way? A year.
Yeah.
That's not funny, though. That's just
Like I said, we're almost done with this episode. Yeah.
Like he literally.
So
She's talking about me. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I got you. Love you too.
Bye, Ed.
Bye, honey.
Let him know I did the thing.
She did do that.
Yeah, this was worth the wait. I've been wanting to talk about this show ever since I saw the finale. It's fun stuff. And I think we can revisit it, like you said. Have
Oh,
a show about the Easter eggs you find, or even have like a Q&A show if somebody, didn't want to watch tonight because they haven't seen it. And once they see it, if they want to do like a Q&A or something. Because
yeah.
I'm sure I'll be watching this again. And I think we need to do a Reacher show.
Yes. I will eventually get on that.
Get caught up, brother. It's
Like
a good one.
Yeah, like I said, this show I've been wanting to do it for a while. I wanted to wait for Sean, no matter how many times he had told me, "Hey man, just do the show without me." I didn't want to do it without him.
No, don't blame you.
I'm glad though that you were able to join us. As always have a good time with you on, but especially for this because you're like the first person I turned to watch it, and the fact that you like it as much as you do is like that's all I could ask. That's what I hope doing shows like this does. I want folks on the rewind, if you have not been watching, if there's some kind of trepidation you have about watching this, just give it a shot. Just give it a shot. If you don't like it after an episode or two, at least you tried it. But if there's that one slim chance that I can get one more person to be like, you know what? This is a really good show. Damn you, Jay, for getting me hooked on it. Then my job is done.
Well, see, you got a twofer here because you got my old lady too.
Well,
We
yes.
both love it. This is the first thing we've watched together, I think, all the way through since House went off the air.
Oh man, that's
Because we just have different tastes in what we want to watch.
that is
So I was
awesome.
just shocked that because she just kind of sat down and started watching it and started asking questions. The next thing I know, she's like, "Let's watch another one." I'm like, "What is happening?" And when she cried, I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm in Bizarro world. Never thought I'd see her cry about a comic book.
Hold on. If you did a watch along live and do commentary on it like Robbie and his panel does, as long as they don't play it on the screen or audio in the background.
Oh, just the finale?
That's not a bad idea. We might try that for a future episode. I know that like when we get to a point, and this is what I'm hoping for, like having a ton of subs would be awesome. But not just to have them, but the things that we're able to do with more subs. Like then we can unlock the Patreon stuff and things like that. And I think on Patreon, people do watch alongs on Patreon all the time where they watch the movies. I don't know. I just hear that that's what can be done on Patreon.
Well,
Like,
somehow you can do it on Facebook, but I don't know how because they're always saying do a watch party. I don't know how you do that, but
yeah, me
I don't
neither.
know.
You know, again, it comes down to the things that I see that are allowed on Facebook and are allowed on YouTube sometimes, and then us trying to do something like that, and then we get dinged for it. It's always
Yeah.
weird to me. Like it's like a pick and choose thing. I think Patreon, because people have in their Patreons like live watch alongs and things like that. I think because Patreon isn't. I need to look more into it. I can totally see us doing like us just watching it. If people wanted to watch it. I know that Triple B said that on his watch along things, he puts like 5 or 6 seconds of video on the screen and pops it out. But
I actually have software. I can't remember the name of it right now. Let me take a quick peek. I cannot think of the name of it, but it actually allows you to um, connect up to like 3 computers together,
mm-hmm.
and you can all see what the other team viewer, and it's free. And when we were in COVID and my family members were dying and we couldn't go see any of them, I hooked up some TeamViewer sessions so like we could watch a movie together or watch a TV show together and talk while they were still able to. And that's a fun thing to use. So if you ever wanted to watch something, but I don't know how you would record it to put on your channel. That would be the only downside. And I keep thinking about trying to do a channel and coming up with my niche because, I never really thought I would enjoy podcasting, but I've loved being on here with you these last 6, 7 weeks, whatever it's been. This is
Oh yeah,
fun. I mean, I thought, at first it would be awkward and then, it would be a bit, but no, this is fun.
yeah.
Especially when you're talking with people you like about topics you know about and like.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. And even when you get, when we get more people in here and we're wise assing each other, it's it's fun. It's like sitting, like I said before, it's like sitting around a bonfire drinking a beer with buddies. And hell, if it hadn't have been for this, we'd never even met each other, let alone bullshit on computer.
I know.
Good
I know.
stuff.
Like I said, that's you know I hadn't really brought it up since the beginning of the show, but that's one of the best things about my job was the people I met from them.
Yeah.
Like I said, Friday was a little bit of a sad day for me because Kyle did the FOC show that was in the morning. Like I said, if y'all aren't watching that, Matthias is a really cool guy. Uh, he talks about the books that are going on FOC for Monday. Monday though, so it's not that far in the future, but it's a fun show. But then Nick is taking a break with all this stuff that happened with Diamond, which I won't get too into because I don't know everything about that. I don't pay that much attention to things, but Nick is taking a break till the 31st, and then Nancy and them had to cancel. So Friday was just, I was a little bummed that I didn't, like, isn't that weird? I was a little bummed that I didn't get to work. Like, it not because money, but because I enjoyed doing those shows so much. Like,
Well, I see what you're saying, Nope, but then when you think about it, some of the most successful YouTube shows are just buddies bullshitting and doing so. Look at that Rhett and Link. That
yeah,
went from two nerds that did nothing but taste food, and the next thing you know, they're on the Tonight Show.
yeah.
And now they've blown into the good mythical whatever the heck they are.
Good mythical
And
morning.
yeah, and so maybe your niche could just be like what we're doing now: hook up, BS about whatever topic,
Jeez.
and see who's interested. And if you do enough shenanigans, you might get enough people to watch.
Yeah, and I really think that as fun as it is sometimes to just do a reaction video like I did, or do the shorts. There's a lot of times people want that interaction.
Hmm.
They want the lives because they want to be able to talk to people. That's one of the reasons. Like I said, one of the things I really really dig about StreamYard is being able to put my comments up on the screen. Hey, there's Bearded. What's up, man? Um,
Yeah,
is
I
being
love
able
Rhett
to,
and Link. They crack me up.
yeah, putting the comments up on screen, for when eventually I add like Instagram or whatever to it, because I only have Facebook and YouTube. That way everybody can see everybody talking, and for me it gives you that feeling of having your chatters even more involved. So there's, for one thing, I can see better with them up on the screen when somebody's commenting than if I was having to go over here and look at the actual comments.
Hmm.
Them being on the screen makes it a little bit easier. It feels a little bit more interactive.
Hmm.
But
Well, and that's what makes the shows fun, because I'm not buying comics right now. So to watch the shows, a lot of the shows that are on now are just slinging comics. Well, when you're not buying any, that's not much fun. And if you don't have somebody interacting with you to keep up conversation or something, it gets boring really fast. And that's why I'm so bummed about Dan's show and stuff. And it's like all of the shows that you participate in they're going away slowly one at a time. It makes me sad. And if it just becomes all about selling comics, I think that would be bad.
yeah, I think we're gonna have some other things come up, to kind of counterbalance, because we have only a few shows now that aren't about selling. Uh, I'll be on the in stores this week, this coming up Tuesday, uh, because Kyle needs me to read on the 21st. He told me, so I'll be on that one. But like we're gonna work some things out, because we want to have a good balance of talk and sell. And like I said, the Wonderland Comics, even though it is a sell show, Rich is such a fantastic host that even if folks aren't buying from it, hold on, I got to try something. What is this?
Barbecue. Korean barbecue.
Now that's what I call a reaction video.
It's almost the same one I had. You want another?
No,
You sure? This one has less.
nah, I'm
Was
good.
it? Was,
Okay, I guess I will.
I've never had Korean food. What do they use? Curry?
There's a lot of ginger in this.
Oh, ginger.
Yeah.
So
So I took all my costume off. Do I look 52?
No.
Thank you, because I don't feel 52 either, and I still think
Does
there's
he look
something
42?
wrong.
No.
No, he looks 12.
yeah, I was
All
fixing
right.
to say.
All right, I'm actually leaving now.
All right.
Bye.
I love you. Bye bye.
I love you too. Bye.
Oh God. Love you too. See y'all in a little while. That was
Just like Superman, this show, it went by so fast.
yeah.
4 hours.
I can't. Again, there was so many things that if I had actually had the time to binge the whole series again and take notes, because I didn't even have notes for this. That's the most amazing part to me. I didn't have any notes. It's okay. Hands getting restless. Go lay down.
You know what cracks me up is I took a bunch of notes, but I didn't open them.
There's something about the show that once I got to talking about it, I was remembering.
Yeah,
Like
same.
and just again, this is a show that I would tell anybody if you're on the fence, just give it a shot. Just give it a shot because it really is like one of my favorite shows of the past couple of years. Like there's such hope. There's just it's a show that I feel just like Swamp Thing. I can just watch again and again.
I haven't made it through that one yet. I'm still having some trouble with the dark scenes.
Yeah,
One thing I will say about Superman and Lois, about probably season 2 more than season 1, but it started in season 1 that got annoying, is play a drinking game. Whenever someone says the word powers, take a drink. You're going to be smashed at I got so sick of hearing that. He has powers. When did you get powers? Well, how do you know he has powers? I'm like, oh my God, call it something else. You have heat vision. Don't just keep saying powers. But if you played a drinking game out of how many times they said powers that first 2 seasons, you'd be stoned in 20 minutes.
yeah, and we left out a humongous spoiler
Which
that
one?
I think we're gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and say if you don't want to hear a really big spoiler for this show, mute. I give you to the count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When Jonathan gets his powers right after Clark dies, and he gets them like
Oh, yeah, caused by
one after
anger.
the other. Yeah,
But you do realize that they built that up and they got us because they kept talking about it and they even had uh-oh, what's it? Jordan say, "How do you keep your heart rate so low?" Because he was listening to his heart when his dad was missing, and he's like,
mhm,
"Well, I just try not to stress about anything." So
yeah.
that's why he didn't have any powers. And then finally, when he let go, because he got so sick of him whining about his powers and him blaming him for his dad's death, and he just and raged out, and it started grabbing his ears and everything. That was a cool moment.
It was. It just felt like for him, they just came one after the other,
You know,
like in really quick succession. But like, I guess, I guess it was just kind of like a well. In order to pull this thing off at the end, we got to kind of fast track what we're doing here. And the anger thing, I was like, man, it's like mutants. Like, because that's how they did some of the mutants
that's
in
how. Yeah. Magneto
it was the
in
anger.
the concentration camp when he was
Mhm.
screaming about his and trashed the Yeah. Well,
Like,
it kind of goes back to the whole adrenaline Hulk thing. If you get angry, you let loose or whatever.
true.
But yeah, that was a really cool scene, and then not only did he get his powers, but he seemed to know how to control them and use them a lot better than he was like a natural.
Yeah.
Which that was kind of odd too, seeing how according to Jor-El, neither one of them would ever get powers. So how could he be that far off? That was kind of weird, but
I think that was supposed to be kind of like a they're not pure blood.
mhm,
So I think he wasn't basing all of what his findings on facts. I think some of that was his feeling of, they're not pure Kryptonians, so the human side's going to override, or and because when they got him, well, he got powers, but he's not going to be near as strong as you. Well, we saw how that ended up. So I think part of that was Jor-El was a little biased. He's a little superiority complex.
oh well, for sure. In every movie, they give him that. All the way
True.
back to Brando. Brando really had it.
True.
Even the way he recorded the videos for Clark. He was like, "Let me tell you."
Yeah, and I've always wondered why. It's always been weird to me that the older Kryptonians that they ever show, they're all English.
Mhm.
Like,
Yep. They all have an accent,
yeah,
just like Taro.
yeah. But he at least has an excuse because he says he was raised in England.
Right.
Because
Right.
who was it? Was it Lois that calls him out on the having a fake British accent? He's like, no, I assure you, my accent is real. I was raised in. I don't care. Like, you you gotta hand it to her. There's sometimes, yeah, she overacted in most of her scenes, but there's sometimes she had a one liner or two in there that was pretty good, and that was one of my favorites. Ones she did when he like fixed. It sounds like he's about to tell his villainous backstory, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't care." Like that part, I thought, like I laughed at that. I thought I just got done watching that episode today, and
But
I was
what
like,
reporter wouldn't want to hear that, though?
exactly. But she's just like, "Yeah, I don't care."
Yeah, I know. I know. It was funny. It was funny. Oh, and speaking of the elders and their holograms, oh, that hologram that Clark left for his family if
Oh
he
yeah.
died. Oh my God. I'll always be here at the fortress with you, but now you're on your own.
Mm,
And then even the one that Sam left for Lois.
yes.
Oh,
Dude, I don't think I cried in any other season more than I did in the last one.
yeah.
Like, and I don't count season 3 for that because season 3 you got to be like a robot to not have emotion during that season. Uh, so I don't really count that one as far because that one just made me blubber like almost every episode.
Yeah.
But not notwithstanding the cancer stuff, just because for a lot of folks, that hits close to home. Uh, just the raw emotion that happened in this last season with is just a beautiful series. And if it had to end this early, like I said earlier, if it had to end as early as it did, I'm glad they went with what they could. They did, I think, the best job they could have done.
Agreed. Agreed. And even how episode 9 ended was a heartstringer because he had already killed Superman once, and it ends with him looking at Lois and his son saying, "I love you," and then he swoops down and takes him off, and you're like, "Oh God, here we go again."
That's the one that had me cussing at my screen.
Yeah, yeah, that's the one you warned me about. You're gonna be mad.
At least it made me mad. Damn it! Like
You're
just
not
that.
wrong.
I love you. I'll always be. I was like, no, you can't end. I think more for me, it was the fact that they ended it like
Yeah.
that, and I was like, now I got to wait another week. And for me, seeing that I work the Mondays and Tuesdays, I had to wait till like Wednesday morning before I could see the episode.
I'm telling you,
So
brother, that Monday and Tuesday before you watched it were two of the hardest days of my life. Not trying to talk to you about it because I knew you hadn't seen it yet. I'm like, damn it, watch it.
yeah, and I already can't wait till I get to that season again. Like going through and watching the show, it's like watching it because it's been a while. Like it was last year before, probably a year before when I started. So with my memory, I'm watching things now and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot this part, or I forgot they did this, or we have the Kryptonian in the dude's body that decides to fry himself, and how cool that effect looked, and things like, oh wow, man, I forgot how good the effects look on this. So going back through it is just almost as good as watching it for the first time again. Because for me, it is kind of like watching it for the first time again because I've forgotten literally everything until we started talking.
So let me ask you something before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 days off, and I still have 2 days of free Max.
Mm-hmm.
Creatures Commandos just didn't hit it with me. I think it's boring. I'm going to be honest with you. It sucks. I don't like it at all. Is there
Okay.
anything on there I should sample before it expires to see if I might like it? Because that's where I watched Superman and Lois again.
I'm pretty sure they have the Crisis on Infinite Earths cartoon out there.
The one
And
that I just sent you today?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'll be watching that tomorrow for sure because
Yep.
that looked awesome.
Check
Does
that.
he
Now,
really go full blown world dictator?
here's the thing. I hadn't watched it yet. I was waiting because they did it in 3 parts. Because I forgot so much. Yeah, Punisher. Oh, that show's so good. I hadn't watched it yet, but yeah, this is basically there's now I can't remember if that's Injustice.
The one I sent you earlier?
No, I think that's Crisis.
I don't know because the dumb,
Now,
stupid clip didn't say.
yeah, now I'm trying to
Maybe
remember.
Nope knows. Hey, Nope, is what um DC animated movie is about Superman putting his foot down and saying all wars are going to end now, and him and Wonder Woman like take over the world and destroy all the military planes and tell everyone if they don't bring peace, they're going to bring them peace. Do you know what that is? Nope.
I'm starting to think that it's Injustice. I bet Injustice had a cartoon too, and I was just thinking of the wrong.
You could probably play that clip. It's only like 20 seconds long. I doubt you'll get dinged for it. But that just looks so good. And the whole thought of Superman, because how many of us have always just said, God, I wish you could just go over there and say, no, it's not Red Sun.
No, I think it is Injustice.
Injustice.
I'm looking it up, and that the art style looks exactly like the clip you showed me. So
Okay.
so
So
yes,
they
I
have all the
forgot.
animateds on Max.
Most of them should be there. Yeah,
I think I've seen all of the Batmans. Those are so good. I
yeah,
watched
but
Hush and I watched Long Halloween
mm-hmm.
and I watched Court of Owls. Oh my God, those are so good. Why? I'm sitting there watching these cartoons. I'm like, why can't they do this with the movies?
That's Sean's point exactly. Sean has been saying that forever. Like, you have the perfect, like with the animated stuff, you have like the perfect blueprint. But yeah,
I
okay, so
even
it is
watched
Injustice.
Batman versus Dracula for Halloween, and it was
Yeah,
amazing. It was amazing. I loved it.
Yeah. So they did. I totally forgot until I started digging into it. I totally forgot that they actually did the Injustice one as the cartoon. So that clip you have is from Injustice, but I would still suggest watching the Crisis 3-parter too.
Any particular order? Are they
Well,
related?
they're in part 1, part 2, part 3.
Oh, so Injustice is actually part 3?
No. Sorry. Injustice is its own Elseworld story where Superman
Mm,
becomes the dictator.
Dictator.
Like, yeah, that's where most of the ideas for evil Superman come from. Is from Injustice.
Evil Superman? What is
Yeah,
this? What is evil
he
Superman?
he basically he kills Joker.
Hello? I don't know anything.
Oh wow,
I didn't
yeah.
know Superman ever fought Joker.
So if I'm remembering the story correctly, Joker does something that has Superman accidentally kill Lois. He goes and he finds the Joker, and he like puts his fist through Joker's stomach, like out his back, and decides from there on out.
Finally!
Yeah, decides from there on out that yeah, he's done with bad guys. It becomes this dictator. There's a part where he Shazam tries to stand up to him, and he basically lobotomizes Shazam. You have
And this is
Batman
what? This is what one?
Injustice.
Okay, I'll be all over that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's called Injustice Gods Among Us is the comic, and then Injustice is just the cartoon name, I believe.
Oh, that was something else I was going to bring up about Superman and Lois. Boy, did they make the Department of Defense out to be stupid. How
Yeah,
many times did the DOD get raided, invaded, and took over by aliens, and their whole purpose is to keep us safe from aliens? They were so terrible. Everything they did was just so stupid, and
the
everything.
the DOD and Supergirl is better in my opinion.
Okay.
And the one reason they're better is because there's a certain hero that at first they don't tell you who he is, but he's in charge of it. They don't tell you who he is, and they give him a name that the name is for is the same as the evil cyborg Superman, but it's not cyborg Superman. But they have the same name.
Interesting. So there's a Nick Fury in the DC universe.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But when you learn who it is, you're like, okay, that's pretty awesome. And nope, it's an actual movie. It came out in 2021. It's called Injustice.
Now, when you say it was an actual movie, it was at the theater?
Well, cartoon. Sorry, cartoon.
But do they release their animateds in theater or no?
I think there's been a few that they've had, but for the most part, they're
Well,
direct.
dude, I'm telling you right now, the Batman ones, and I did get to watch Red Sun finally. You know, I had read it, and it was always one of my favorite stories. The cartoon is great too. I'm telling you right now, those cartoons, some of those animateds, they're a hell of a lot better than that DCEU crap that they were coming out with, in my opinion. I
Yeah,
mean, I would have much rather watched some of those than, Wonder Woman 84 and all this other junk.
yeah.
But
Telling
I'm
you,
not a Gal Gadot fan. I
the
think that was horrible casting of Wonder Woman, but let's not go there.
telling you, look up the DC AU stuff. There's a Justice League Dark one they do that's amazing. It's got Constantine, Swamp Thing, Zatanna. Uh, Batman's
Cool.
in it for a minute because there comes a point in the DCAU where Batman is the Wolverine of the universe. He's got to show up at least once. But there's also almost all the Batman stuff is great. There's an Armageddon one that leads into the New 52 stuff. Flashpoint Paradox is one of the best.
What does New 52 mean? 52 what?
The hell was it? I don't even remember,
I
man.
hear people say all the time, this comic is from the New 52. I'm like, 52 what?
I think it's when they started to do there's like 52 universes or something like that. It was something
Oh,
weird.
so like Earth 52 or something?
Yeah. Like
Hmm.
the new 52 stuff, which people give a bad rap to. I got to say, most of the Lantern stuff in that was some of the greatest Lantern stuff I ever read. Sinestro Wars, Red Lantern Corps, New 52 stuff with like gets crapped on, but it had some good stuff in it. Um, yeah, nope, exactly. The DC animated stuff for whatever reason, like, and I liked I only seen one or two of the Tomorrowverse is what they called it. All the series were 52 issues as well. So it was like I said, it was something weird. I can't
Oh my
remember
God, they
exactly.
had like 52 issues for each hero.
I think so.
Holy expensive Batman.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah. But like I said, there's the DC stuff, man. If you can find it, because we have so many of them. Like the Marvel cartoon stuff was okay, but the DCAU stuff, the DC animated universe stuff, was always great.
There's
Throne of Atlantis, the Aquaman one, awesome. Yeah, it's called Throne of Atlantis.
I have
Great.
never put the words Aquaman and awesome together before.
Well, Throne of Atlantis is awesome.
But the only Aquaman I know is the one that used to ride a seahorse in the Super Friends, and I always thought he was completely worthless. I mean, what good is he? He's good against Manta. Anybody else, he's garbage. He's got to be in the water. But as far as the Marvel cartoons go, um, Avengers Assemble is fantastic. I absolutely
Is that
love
like
it.
The Disney
Yes,
the
and it's
series?
yes, and it's from like 2010.
Yes.
Now
No.
there's a couple of them, but the one called Avengers Assemble
Mm-hmm.
is fan-damn-tastic. And they actually pulled a lot out of the DCU from those.
Yeah.
And then Ultimate Spider-Man
Yep.
with Nick Fury,
Yep.
that's a fantastic.
Yep.
And then the 90s Spider-Man
Mm-hmm.
is the most comic book accurate renditions of Spider-Man that I've seen. And growing up, all I really read was Spider-Man. I loved Spidey. He was my guy ever since Electric Company.
Yeah. See the cartoon movies. The cartoon movies get crushed by DC in my opinion that way. But
I
the
didn't know they had
series,
movies.
they have a couple. But the series, Ultimate Spider-Man, love Ultimate Spider-Man, Avengers Assemble, Hulk and the Agents of Smash, I love that cartoon as well. And the fact that they tied together, they had their own little universe that way, was really good. Um, then the other one where Aquaman and Wonder Woman hook up and she kills Mera. Yeah, that's Flashpoint Paradox. That's the one where Flash decides he's gonna go back in time and save his mom, and by doing that, it causes the whole Superman didn't land in Kansas. He didn't land in a cornfield. He was caught by the government and deprived of sunlight for most of his life.
Huh.
Like everything shifted to where Bruce was the one who was killed in the alley, and not his parents. And his mom ends up becoming the Joker because she goes crazy from it. And that's how we get Thomas Wayne Batman, which is
Interesting.
a super badass Batman, by the way. Like Thomas Wayne Batman is dope. Like,
Now wasn't Thomas Wayne Bruce's dad?
yeah,
So Bruce's dad was Batman?
yeah. In the
Huh?
in the Flashpoint paradox is what they call it. So everything shifted over just a little bit because of Barry saving his mom, and
Was
then
it, what
he
was her
loses.
name? Was her name Martha?
Oh God, I can't even. I honestly can't remember what his
If it
mom's
was,
name is.
if it was, I'm done with that. I've had enough of Martha.
No, I don't think it was Martha. I just can't remember what it was.
No biggie.
But yeah, and in doing so, Barry also loses his powers. So
Barry Allen?
Barry Allen, yeah, he loses his powers. So he goes to Thomas Wayne trying to get his powers back, and they do this thing where they put him in it. Nora, thank you, it's Nora. Which, if memory serves me right, Nora is also the name of Mr. Freeze's wife.
It was.
So we got a whole nother thing going on with Flash and Mr. Freeze there.
Interesting. Can I ask you one more question about Justice League, or do you got to go?
Nah, go ahead. They're not back
So I've watched both of the Justice League movies,
Mhm.
and the Snyder cut.
Mhm.
I don't understand what in the hell Flash was doing. They had him running around outside, and he got shot in the side, so he couldn't run anymore. What was he running for? I don't understand that. They had him running around in circles, and Cyborg was supposed to tell him to do something, but I don't know what.
It
And he
was
got
some.
shot in the side and fell and had to start over again. And I'm like, I don't understand what's
It
happening.
was
Because in
some.
the other version, him and Superman were out rescuing people.
There was okay. So the one where he's running around, is that when they're about to drop the cube
Yeah,
to resurrect?
Cyborg's trying to get into the cube just before oh, the band. I can't think of his name. The guy that had the
Steppenwolf.
act. Yes, all I can
Yeah.
remember is the band
Yeah.
Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf was about to stop him, and he was trying to break the cube, but he needed Barry Allen to do. But all he was doing was like running around outside the castle, and I don't understand what in the hell
See
they
that
were.
part? I'm gonna have to go back and look because I remember there was one time they used the running for him to charge the box to bring Superman back. The second time I remember the running was him turning back time that they didn't show in the original movie. He didn't turn back time in the original movie, but in this one he did because they were all destroyed, like Superman included. I don't.
In the Snyder cut, before Superman shows up, there somehow whatever Barry was doing was supposed to be helping Cyborg or separate those cubes. But he said, "Let I can't hold the charge much longer." And then Steppenwolf grabbed him, and he couldn't do it. And somebody shot him. I don't know how you shoot the Flash, but they shot him in the side, and he had to stop running. And he said that he was okay, but it's going to take him a while to get back up to speed. And they don't explain it. And I was completely lost. I'm like, why are you running around in circles? Are you trying to create a static charge? What are you doing? And it made no sense to me at all, none. And I rewatched that scene like 3 times, and finally I'm just like, I'm just going to get to the point where Superman frees the axe and kicks his ass because that's the best part anyway.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because, like I said, the time I remember him running like that was when they were fixing to bring Superman back.
No, Batman's standing up on top of the tower,
Mm-hmm.
and he's supposed to be keeping these guys from shooting Flash, but he misses one of them, and Flash is, honest to God, running around the castle or whatever that Steppenwolf is in. And he says he's almost there. He's almost there. And he's like, tell me when you need the charge. And I'm like, charge what? What are you charging? It made no sense to me.
I'll have to go back and watch because
Okay. Fair
other
enough.
than rewinding time and bringing back Superman, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've watched the Snyder cut.
I do remember when he touched the thing that made Superman come back. So it
Yeah.
wasn't that. It was after
Okay.
that. And it was right after Barry gets shot and he has to quit running is when all hope looks lost. And Steppenwolf is about to behead Aquaman when Superman steps in and goes, not impressed. And the rest is history. That's such an awesome scene.
Hmm.
And then he saws his horn off with his eyes. Oh,
Yeah.
People say, I've heard a lot of flack about his Superman is too dark and too, dude, no, he's just badass.
Yeah.
I mean, Was he all smiles and howdy do like on the Super Friends? No, but oh my God, he was such a badass and he cared about people. And it broke his heart to have to kill Zod. But what was he supposed to do? Let Zod cut those guys in half?
See, here's where I take issue with people about that scene. Because the first thing they want to say is, well, why didn't he fly straight up? How do you know he wouldn't have tried that? Maybe Zod didn't want to move. Like, you ever
Right,
think of that? Like, you don't think that Zod would be fighting him in that aspect too? Like,
right.
if a Kryptonian doesn't want to move, you're not going to fly off with him, no matter how strong you are. They're fighting. They're on the same. They shouldn't be on the same power level, but let's be honest. For this movie, they're already on the same power level.
Well,
They shouldn't.
they were on the same power level as Superman 2 too. They
Well,
all
and
had the powers, but
well, see, and there's another thing where somebody's like, well, if they already had powers, how did was it Fiora in that one? I can never remember the f- the woman, the
from
female.
Superman 2,
Yeah,
um we just had this discussion.
yes, and I forgot already.
It was Zod, Nan, and Ursula. Ursa.
Ursa. Okay,
Yeah, Ursa.
they're like she gets bitten by a snake
Yeah, and it
and
don't
throws
bug
it
her.
on the ground, and I'm like, well, I don't think the powers were instantaneous, you
Mhm.
know. So maybe that was the same. That should have been the same for Man of Steel. Like, I don't think Zod knows how to fight, absolutely, but the fact that they had literally just gotten to Earth and soaked up the yellow sun, and he's already that strong. That part that part makes less sense to me than Superman killing him. Is they shouldn't be on the same spectrum of power just yet.
Right.
But
But
I
even if
get
Superman did grab him and fly off with him, literally all Zod would have to do is look down.
hmm
And he'd still cut him in half. That ain't gonna stop him if he was determined to cut him in half. And I forgot, Lois does have one scene in Superman and Lois where I respect her, and I loved the line that she gave. He kicked your ass without powers even when you came here last time. When Luther had the red lights and Clark
Yep.
beat the shit out of him anyway,
Yep.
that's the one time I was proud of Lois. I'm like, there you go. That's Lois Lane right there.
Yeah.
The rest of this whiny, goofy shit, but I don't remember exactly how she said it, but it was something like, he didn't have powers when he kicked your ass last time or something like that. And I was like, yes. And that was another great badass moment was Clark getting pissed without powers and still cleaning
Yes.
Luther's clock.
That was that's my favorite thing. I've always hated the fact that it's like, again, it's like writers don't understand. Clark's at least the Tom Welling version. We'll go with that one for just a second.
Okay, what's Tom Welling?
Farm raised. He was Clark Kent in Smallville.
Oh, okay, Smallville.
Farm raised, corn fed country boy. Okay, he's at least going to be tough. But the fact that every time Clark lost his power in Smallville, he always got his ass handed to him. He had one time later on in the series where he finally learned how to throw a punch. The fact that this Clark, he didn't have any power. It could, like, at first I was like, oh great, he's getting his ass kicked again, like normal. Are they ever gonna teach? And before I even get the thought out of my mouth, he starts fighting back and he starts whooping him. And I'm like, okay, this is what I want to see.
Yes.
Just because Clark doesn't have powers does not mean he shouldn't know how to fight. I've always disliked that.
That was the one part about Batman versus Superman that pissed me off so much. Was Batman's smug line about after he got Superman to inhale the kryptonite that that's not brave. Men are brave. You have just never had to face a threat before. I'm like, whoa, step it down, Batfleck. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And he goes, men are brave. And I'm like, yeah, coming from a guy who's in a steel suit that he stole from Iron Man that's full of kryptonite, you're real brave.
Yeah.
But that bugged me. But yeah, like you said, I mean, I was a farm raised country boy, and I became a bouncer and crap from lifting hay. And
Yeah.
you got to know how to take care of yourself because you got to wrestle a steer.
Yeah.
If one of those, and I'm sorry, a cow that might only be a baby still weighs 200 pounds, and it's all muscle, and you got to be able to twist that neck around and get him on the ground.
Yeah. And
So
I
yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah.
So when Clark kicked the crap out of him with the red lights on, I was like,
Yep.
yes, that's it, bang.
And I can tell you from experience, just like Ed probably can. Hay isn't light.
No,
Compacted hay is not light.
nope. And when you got to chuck it up into a bin, you build up muscle.
Yeah. So like that's something that's always bothered me. And for this show, I'm glad they showed. Yeah, he got his butt kicked a little bit at the beginning, but once he started fighting back and realized I don't have my power, I don't have to hold back. I can actually give it all I got.
Exactly, because I think that's exactly what he was doing was he was pulling his punches because he didn't want to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he realized, wait, my powers are gone. I can give him 100, and
Yep.
he gave him 100.
Man, like
That's a
that whole
great
fight,
scene.
dude. That whole fight scene is so great. He's smashing his head through car windows and stuff, man. Like, yeah, that.
Another thing that bothered me about that last episode,
Mhm.
I was a little disappointed with the little device that John Henry gave Lois when he pulled out that special bomb, and she's like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Connect it to anything metal with kryptonite." Boom. So I thought it was gonna like decharge all of his kryptonite or whatever. And
Yeah,
she puts it on his chest, and all he does is put the helmet on, and it goes pop, and that's it. I'm like,
yeah,
okay, that was dud. What the hell good was that? Thanks for nothing there.
yeah. See, nope knows it too.
Oh yeah, you grow up in a farm. I had to start working full time when I was 8 years old because that's when my dad got sick. So I know all about working on a farm and being on your hands and knees and wrestling cows and driving tractors and smelling like crap when you get home and you know how to handle yourself.
Wow. See, and like that's also the thing about people's gripe about Tyler being too small, or he's like the smallest Superman. If you base it off the muscle mass of Henry Cavill, yeah, he's kind of small. But
But
Tyler's not a small guy by any means. Like that's the part. Like you don't have to look at look at Christopher Reeve. Okay, yeah, he put on some muscle. Yeah, he was a tall guy too. Uh, but he wasn't like Henry Cavill, swole, jacked, or anything like that. Like Tyler was very like a cut, very lean, muscular build.
but people who say that stuff, they're not familiar with the true mythos.
Yeah.
It's not the muscles that makes him strong. It's the sun.
Yep.
So he could be an 85-pound kid like his sons are and beat the hell out of things and pick up things. And it's not about, he doesn't have to have ripped abs and 24-inch pythons. And no, he doesn't have to be. It's just Superman. But
Exactly.
one thing about Superman that I've always wondered about, I know he's got the Man of Steel. I know he grew up in Smallville. I know he's got the powers and blah blah blah. But how does he know how to stop a nuclear reactor from melting down? How does he know how to, when he goes to some of these situations like he did in the very first episode of Superman and Lois, he knew to take a chunk of ice into the reactor and to seal the crack. How does he know
Here,
this?
here's my MacGuffin for that. Here's my answer. My MacGuffin. My Deus
If you say
Machina.
Google, I'm going to come through this
No,
screen.
no, 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 no. The lessons he learned on the way to Earth, given to him by Jor-El, they were so advanced. This is something that he would probably learn.
Okay.
That's what I tell people. I was like the advancement of Kryptonian knowledge. He listened to all this. It was basically by osmosis, really, on his way to Earth. I think he learned stuff like that. I think that's how he knows things like that.
I always wondered about that. And they addressed it a little bit with Jordan, because when he was trying to save that crane and actually ended up making it worse because he cut the wrong piece. And if dad hadn't have shown up, that crane would have crushed all those people. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
That scene? Because he didn't know what he was doing. And that's what made me think, well, yeah, well, how the hell does Superman know how to do all this stuff? I mean, I get the strength thing, but how does he know to go freeze a giant cube of ice and take it into a reactor and seal a hole and did and and
because Jordan hasn't been taught the Kryptonian stuff that Clark has known his most of his life.
so that's Kryptonian Google. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But I didn't say regular Google, so
That's true.
he heard all this stuff on his way there, and then just like the movie, I can't tell what age Clark is when he leaves. That scene with Martha always crushes me too.
Which scene?
When they're on the bench and he's leaving, going to
Oh,
the,
yeah,
they're at the bus
yeah.
stop, and they
Mhm.
had dedicated that bus
Bench.
stop to Martha.
Yeah.
And he's leaving, and she starts bawling. There's that period of time that he leaves. In the movie, it's from 18, and he doesn't come back till he's 33, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
So in all that time, he's learning more Kryptonian knowledge and stuff like that. And Jordan doesn't have the benefit of having all that. It's a MacGuffin, like I said. It's a for some people maybe a weak argument, but for me, it's like, well, it does kind of explain things. Like Clark's brain moves faster than a normal person's would, just like his reflexes. So him learning things like that, to me, it doesn't feel too far fetched that he would know, hey, the reactor has a crack in it. It needs to be cooled down. The fastest way you can think to cool this down is there's an ocean right there. Freeze a big ass block of ice, bring it back to the reactor, and slowly, because he doesn't just drop it in there, he slowly floats it down while it's melting. So
Mhm. Well, that was
that's
just one example. I mean, it's the same thing when he saves that submarine.
mm,
Uh, How does he know what rate he can raise a submarine without killing everybody inside because the pressure from the I'm just throwing stuff out there that
yeah,
I get
no,
I get the powers part, but how does he know all this stuff?
well,
Because this is they didn't have submarines on Krypton, or probably, or I don't know, but
well, you got to remember that the avatars or the holograms,
mhm,
they are more advanced AI than what we have. So basically, that that hologram could be teaching him newer things,
do you
like the way
know
that it's programmed.
as someone that teaches AI that they're actually developing something that's very similar to what you saw in Superman and Lois, where you can get a little box and you can record your face, have it measure your face, and you can give it all your thoughts and you can give it all your memories, and it's called a death cube. And when you die, you can leave it behind for your family to have conversations with you, because the AI will use your face and voice and the stories you gave it to try to figure out what you would say in a conversation. And I don't know, people are hailing it as a way of dealing with death, but if you ask me, that's almost like denying death. Like you're not accepting that they're dead because you can still talk to them and see them.
Yeah,
So, but they really are. They're close to having a model of that already.
it's crazy.
All you got to do, AI, you just got to teach it. So you get the box, you get it to scan your face, it'll produce your hologram, and then tell it every story you can think of, tell it how you feel about certain things, tell it your political views or whatever. And then they sit it down, and they had, for the first trial, they had a married couple who had been married for 40 years. and they had the old guy just talk to the cube and tell him all the stories. And the wife interacted with the cube, and she's like, I wouldn't have known it wasn't him if you hadn't have told me. Now tell me that's not a little scary. A little bit.
Yeah, that is a little bit
A
scary.
little bit scary. I've seen enough science fiction movies and I know enough about AI to know this shit's a little scary. But
Yeah, we're gonna have to have like voice decryptors and shit like that going forward eventually. Because I mean, with the way that things are going, some folks are gonna get in trouble. Like if you got enemies,
do you know that they are actually considering in the court system of no longer having audio and video evidence admissible in court? We're going back to the day of if you don't have an eyewitness, because there are so many deep fake videos and so many deep fake audios. All they need is one audio clip and one picture of you. And in time, they can have you do and say whatever they want you to.
yeah,
And that's what scares the crap out of me.
mm-hmm.
So we're working in the field on trying to find detectors for that stuff. But it's hard. I mean, you got to basically, what it's going to come down to, and I'm not trying to freak you out, but it's just the truth. It's going to come down to AI versus AI. There's going to be people like me who write the AI for constructive purposes, trying to get ahead of the people who want to use AI to make a video of Jay threatening the president and get him arrested. And it's going to be trying to figure it out. And the singularity's not far away. Nope, it really isn't. Trust me. Ask the winter shoulder.
You got shafted.
Oh, that's one of my favorite badass scenes that hardly anybody ever talks about. With the Winter Soldier, is how nonchalantly in your wife's favorite movie,
Yeah,
when the Winter Soldier punches Spidey, and Spidey just grabs his hand and goes, "Dude, you got a metal arm. That
Yeah,
is so cool." And he just grabs it like nothing.
yeah,
And it's like
I
that.
love that.
You've seen that arm broke the hell out of Tony's armor.
Yeah,
And Spider-Man, one-handed. Oh, dude, that is so cool.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
There's usually not this much talking in a fight.
Yeah, and then afterwards, I don't remember what the Winter Soldier says, but Falcon's like, I hate you. Because they're both like webbed down to the ground. And he says something. Oh, he shot his little plane at Peter to cut his rope. And the Winter Soldier's like, why didn't you start with that? And he's like, I hate you.
Yeah,
As they're both all webbed up to the floor.
so good, man. Well,
Time
a
to
little bit,
call it.
yeah, a little bit longer show than last week, but I could keep going about this show.
I
But I'm
can
gonna
talk
need,
Lois and Superman all day.
yeah, I'm gonna need to watch some more episodes. We will definitely do more of this. It's over, so now I'm gonna be like Swamp Thing, which you should be watching if you haven't watched it yet. Sorry for the darkness. I didn't realize like it had been a while since I watched anything on my TV with the brightness setting being like normal.
Is that on Max? Because my Tubi don't have it anymore.
Man, oh, they took it off of two. Damn.
Don't you remember I told you I was watching episode 5 and all of a sudden it said content not available?
That's right. Okay, yeah.
So that's why I quit, because I was going to give it a shot. But so I'm wondering, do you think Max would have it?
They haven't yet. They should have had it before. Like it's weird to me that Titans
Did
made
you
it to
say
Max.
they have it or hadn't?
They haven't yet.
Oh, haven't. Okay.
Yeah, they haven't yet. Because it's weird to me that they have Titans, they have all the other DC Universe stuff that was on the DC Universe app, but they didn't have Swamp Thing. I always thought like that was always weird to me. Like of all the things to have from the DC Universe app, the best thing that they did, you guys don't have.
Well,
But
if you ever want to do a Reacher show, I'm your guy. I have seen those so many times I can act out every episode.
yeah, we're gonna try
If
to
you
get one of
wanted
those going.
if you want to do more Superman and Lois, just give me a heads up about what parts you want to talk about, and
Yeah,
I'll do some notes because then there's it's a little less. Although I think we did pretty good on the fly tonight. I mean,
yeah.
I don't
That's
think any of us got tongue tied, did we? I don't think so.
well. I mean, I no more than I normally do. So,
Yeah, dude, don't sell yourself short. You know you're awesome.
well, I mean, I know I'm awesome, but I can also admit, I forget shit all the time.
I'm
Like that's
awesome, and I'm also humble.
that's right. I'm in fact, I'm the most humble. All right, the most
Yeah.
humble. It's hard to be humble when you're doing the best you can.
Yes.
A lot of stuff from DC, a lot of DC stuff left to be. You have seen more of it pop on Max lately. Okay, that's just weird to me that I think even Stargirl is on there. And Stargirl is one of those shows that they did between DC Universe and CW.
What is Stargirl?
Stargirl is a show that Jeff John or it was a comic that Jeff Johns did in honor of his sister who died in a plane crash. Like I can't remember what it was like a kind of famous plane crash.
Hmm.
Basically, a girl finds out that her stepfather was the sidekick of a hero named Starman who had a staff. Starman, I think I'm thinking it was like a JSA era character. So she finds the staff. Staff is like not magical, but has power to it. I can't remember exactly. Like I haven't watched the show yet. I just remember it was on. Like I was busy watching like Doom Patrol and Titans and Swamp Thing, so
Okay.
I never really caught Stargirl, but a lot of people liked it.
Hmm. So I know that um, Nick's show is gone for a while, and Dan's show is done for a while. Um, are the other shows still going to be around, or
Yeah, we're still not 100% on Chuck just yet. I haven't talked to Chuck myself either, so
that's really weird about now that you mention that because I've actually reached out to him a few times just to say
Mhm.
hi, how you doing, and he hasn't answered.
Hmm.
And him and I had actually gotten pretty close because I wasn't telling anybody, but for the last few weeks that he had that show, I was making up the questions. That's why I wasn't playing. And I've tried just to see if he's okay, and he's not answering.
Hmm.
So that's I don't know what's up with that. Because when I talked to him in September, he said he was going to take October off and be back in November, and now that's been 3 months. So I was just curious because I know him and his problem. But
Yeah.
I'd still be more than happy to come up with the questions for him. I mean, my mind is full of worthless trivia.
Well, if I knew anything outside of it's still a future thing that could happen, like I don't know what's going on. I wish I did.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
Well, anyway, the biggest reason I was saying it was to find out if shows were still going to be on is if I don't see you and your lovely bride, I wanted to wish you both a happy anniversary since you're not going to be on next week. So,
thank
since I
you.
don't know what shows are going to be on and what aren't, I hope you guys have a great anniversary. Congratulations. How many years?
Thank you. It's 5 years married, but we've been together for let's see 2011, 14.
Nice. Nice.
So yeah. Well, like I said, most of the shows that I work, uh, we're gonna have comic collectibles on Monday. I think Best Coast Comics Monday. Tuesday will be in stores this week. Not in stores this week. I see.
I
Nick,
wish.
Nick has gotten me into the habit of saying that because when he talks about the shows, that's what he says. Thank you, no, appreciate that. Um, and thank you as well. Obviously, um, Nick says it. It's Minute to Skim It. I will be on. I will actually be on the show. Then we have Wonderland Comics with Rich Davis. That show was one of our best shows we've premiered in a while. Like that show did gangbusters. I talked to Castle about it.
And what's
Castle,
so different about it other than slinging comics?
it's just Rich is just a natural born host, and since he's an actual like comic writer, he just
Oh,
tells
he's a
straight
writer.
through. Yeah, he Cult of Dracula is one of the books that he's written. Prometheus in Chains is
Will
another
he
one.
will he have my children? I love Cult of Dracula. I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
yeah, Rich
And when
Davis.
is this on?
So it's after Minute to Skim It. It takes the place of where Mint Hunter was.
So it's Tuesday nights at like
Yeah.
9 or whatever.
Let's see. We're 7 Eastern, 6 Central, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, so 8 Eastern.
On Tuesday.
Yep. So right after we get done with Minute to Skim It.
And he interacts with the crowd.
Oh,
He'll
God,
talk with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's really good. It's a little bit different because he wasn't able to go to his store. So what he did was he had his manager. He was at his in-laws' house, and then his manager was at the store. So they were on two different screens, and the manager would talk to him, tell him about the books and stuff. He'd tell the crowd about the books, but he'd also tell a bunch of fun stories. And he's a natural born host. Rich
Is
is a
that
really
the
good
one
guy.
that has a co-host that wears a mask?
Yeah.
Why does he wear a mask? He just doesn't want to be on.
Yeah.
Or
That's
is it?
part. That's part
Okay.
of it.
Well, I don't blame people because with these deep fake videos, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and they're horror fans too, because like I said, Rich writes Cult of Dracula, Prometheus in Chains. There was some I can't remember the other book that he wrote, but yeah.
This is gonna sound really stupid, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Hmm.
Can stores or retail people sell digital comics?
I actually don't know.
Because I don't have any room for comics anymore. I'm looking to get rid of the comics I do have because we want to downsize once Natalie graduates and moves out. But I still want to read.
Mm-hmm.
And with with the word, oh, I forgot. Can I show you something that I was working on and get your thoughts on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
I colorized one of Robbie's pictures, and I wanted your thoughts to see if it looks good, because I'm not sure what the original one looked like. So I did my best with what I knew, and I just sent it to you. Does that look all right?
Oh wow.
Does that look okay?
Yeah, holy hell. Hold on.
All right, cool. Because
Hold on.
I'm working on his other ones too.
I gotta show the people this. Hold on just a second. So I don't remember where I put the original page at, but here is
I still have it. I think. Hang on. I think I saved it in my.
take off the
Yeah, here it is. I got it right here. Here's the original.
take off the chat real fast.
All right, here's the original.
There's that. Let me grab.
There's the
Yeah.
original. I just sent it to you. So you should have it. Is it in the chat? No?
No.
Well, what the heck? It worked with the colored one. Hang on. Because I had to number them 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I don't even know if they're in the right order yet or not. Oh, it's because it's. Hang on. I got it figured out. Here it comes. There's the original, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's the original, right? That's the black and white one. I
Yes.
think it is.
Yes,
Okay.
you got it. You got it.
I'm not really good with knowing what color to use because I don't know what he had in mind, but I took a shot at it. And did I get the details right? Is that what he drew?
Yeah. Holy
Cool.
crap.
Cool, because I can see the colored one.
Whew.
And I love those little demon things he's got. That's cool as hell.
Oh man.
And I also liked his little story that he told where the guy ripped his own eyes out because he couldn't stand to see. What was that? He can't stand seeing
Light.
goodness or what, light or yeah, light.
Yeah.
So he ripped his eyes out so all he could see is dark.
Yeah.
And then I started working on this one, but I don't know everything that I'm looking at on this one. So this one I'm still trying to decipher. But there's a lot of white in there.
Oh my god.
But there's a lot of white there, and I don't know if that white's supposed to be there.
I don't know, but that looks dope.
Well, at least I can see it. That's why I told Robbie, I said, I'll support your project, but I want a PDF copy so I can color it and see it. Because otherwise, I'm just guessing.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Well, thank you. I just wanted to know that I wanted to get an unbiased opinion as if it looks like I know what I'm doing or not.
That looks good.
Cool. Thanks.
What
Appreciate it.
what program software do you use to color it? Mr. Nope's asking.
I use all kinds of different ones. I've used Photoshop. I've used Paint, just regular paint, and then I do a blend, and then I've written a couple of AI scripts that will help me mesh colors together. So if I think something is red and something is yellow, but I need them to blend together like a starlight, it'll help me blend the shades until I can see them, and then I can just adjust the tint and hue, and I just go from there. It's a long process, but it's worth it when you can see stuff that you can't when you can't. And
Yeah.
if I can figure out how to automate it, I'm gonna try to colorize my Universal Monster movies and see if I can colorize them to the point where I can watch them.
Damn.
So I'm actually learning a lot from this. I don't know if you want to call it a handicap, but not being able to see black and white is a lot more inconvenient than some might think.
Oh, I bet.
Because, especially for comic people and for people who like classic horror like me. I mean, one of my favorite comic series is The Walking Dead. I can't read it anymore. Unless I can get the deluxe copies, but I don't really want to buy all 200 issues again.
Yeah.
You know what I
Gee.
mean?
Yeah.
Now, if they ever do, I don't know if I don't think they've done like omnibus of the deluxe yet. If they ever do that, I might. But I'm actually starting to get into PDF comics because then if they're black and white, I can run some filters. Because what I do is I start by just running the picture through a filter to add random color. Once random color is added, then I can see the shapes. And then I can say, oh, well, this would look cool, this color, and then this would have a shadow here. And that's when I narrow it down. But when I start, it's basically just kind of like throwing color at a board. And until the shapes take place. So did
Yeah.
he just compliment me? I'm gonna pass out here.
Necessity breeds ingenuity. That's yeah. 100%.
Yeah. And too many shots breed wet blankets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And walls and
Well, thank you,
peas.
Nope. I appreciate that. I'm going to take that as a compliment, even though I don't know if it was one. But I would show him, but I don't feel right about passing Robbie's pictures around. So
Nah.
I just wanted an opinion to see, first of all, did I get the picture right, and does it look decent?
Well, I put that up on the screen.
Oh, did you?
So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah. I
I
don't think Robbie would mind. I mean, he sent us the pictures anyway.
right,
I don't think
right.
he'd mind us showing it. Like
Cool.
I think if you wanted to, you should send him the colored stuff, let him see what you did.
Oh, I don't want to insult him though. Or
Well, it's not, to me. It's not insulting because he knows you can't see the black and white, so you wouldn't be able to see it.
oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Well,
Like,
thanks, Nope. I appreciate that because I wasn't sure what the original one looked like, so I just kind of go by shapes. But no,
well,
literally, I throw like random colors on the board until I can make out what the shape is. And then once I have the shape and can tell what's going on, then I can decide what colors I think look best. But one of those took me like 5.5 hours just to do one. But I wanted to see Robbie's work because I consider him a friend and I wanted to see his book. And from what I can see, it looks pretty damn cool.
yeah, yeah, dude, you did a great job. Like, Robbie wouldn't take that as like anything other than now you can see what the art's going to look like. Like,
Cool. Well, I'll tell him. I'll tell him that I colored him so I could see him, and I'll compliment his work because it looks really cool. And the
yeah,
whole premise of hating light so much, that's cool. That is, I
yeah,
don't think that's been done before. People talk about evil, but I mean, how evil are you that you don't ever want to see light?
yeah.
That's a cool little. When he was describing it, I'm sitting here. I'm like, please be in color. Please be in color. And that's when I asked him, "Are this in black and white?" And he showed a picture, and I was like, "Damn it!" Because I was going to support his book, but I'll still support it. But I'll just get the PDF, and that way I can color it eventually when I have time and be able to read it. Maybe I'll even give him a colored version as a thank you. Here, I colored it for you. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Are you getting me in trouble?
Well, nah.
Oh, okay.
Just pre typing in my message for when we end, which we're just
About
about
to.
to. I think that, yeah, because they're probably on the way back. They're bringing me food. I've got to eat and probably got to take the boy out.
It went by so fast.
It really did, in more ways than one. It really did.
My Facebook memories had a picture of me and my daughter at the daddy-daughter Valentine's dance when she was 7,
Oh,
and I cried.
oh, I
Uh,
bet, man.
she's like 20, and I miss that little girl. I miss her. At one time, I was her everything, and now I'm just a dumb parent that don't know anything.
Well,
Which is hilarious because I teach half of what she's studying, but she still knows more than I do. You know how it goes with kids.
true.
But it kills me that she's 20.
I know, man. I know. My little sister has a. I have a nephew. He's about 5 or 6 now, and it's crazy. It's
Well,
crazy.
like it says in that show, it really does go by so fast. It's just crazy.
Well, we're gonna end it here. Trust me, there will probably more than likely be more discussions about Superman and Lois because I am still obsessed with the show.
Okay.
So we'll definitely have Ed on for that because you never know when Sean's gonna be able to actually get on. So
I'm willing to pop on whenever you need me, brother, because
Ed,
I think this is a blast and it's a lot
Ed's a
of
great
fun.
co-host. Ed's
Well,
a
thank
great
you.
co-host, and we appreciate him coming on. We really
Well,
do.
thank you. I
Always
appreciate
have a
it.
great time, man.
Thank you.
But let me go ahead and let me get my stuff together here so I can make sure I do this correctly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop Ed out before I do my little goodbyes. So Ed, I will see you on the other side, boss.
Yep, take it easy.
All right, everyone. I appreciate this so much. Didn't know we were going to go 5 hours, but sometimes it just happens that way. As always, like, share, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. If you're watching on the rewind, drop us a comment. Kind of like the experience, just for those who know, just come back after the show, leave me a comment, let me know what you thought of the show. If there's anything that you'd like to discuss, by all means, love talking to everybody. All do me a favor, okay? Everyone have a safe and happy weekend, and hopefully I'll see you next week. And nope, thank you so much. Everybody else, as always, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. It's one of my favorite nights of the week. So you all take care. I'm going to do my awkward pause because I know Restream cuts off kind of weirdly. So you all take care. I'll catch you next time. Later.